apologize. We are holding in-person board meetings at our district boardroom and are following the state's and Alameda County's safety guidelines for public gathering. Please refrain from attending in-person meeting if you have COVID-related symptoms. If you are not able to attend the meeting in person, you may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 26, and there is Spanish translation available via Zoom. In regards to public comment, the public will have the opportunity to address the board regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaker card via available in the back of the room, and or written comments by submitting a speaker card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org. Roll call, please, Ms. Gutierrez.
Student Member Ortiz, not present, but will probably be present again during open. I'll check the record. Member Jean?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Vice President Grindal?
Here.
President Nguyen?
Here.
And Member Marquez let us know that she's on her way, so she might be a little bit late.
Okay, on to approval of the agenda. Are there any items that we'd like to pull before the approval?
Good evening, President Nguyen. Yes, we'd like to pull item 15.2, please.
Okay. May I get approval of the agenda minus item 15.2?
I move that we approve the agenda as it is without 15.2.
May I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grindel. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
And myself is yes as well. 4 yeses and Member Marquez is absent. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Sorry, my. Okay, on to our study session. Let's move down to, sorry, go ahead.
Speaker?
Oh, I apologize. We have a public speaker on the study session. Ms. Parks?
Good evening. Oh. Let me say up front, I do understand this study session is a fact-finding mission to gather information from the vendors whose $136,000 worth of contracts you will consider approving later this evening. Slide 2, recap 2020 Master Facility Plan. Again, I will ask, when exactly did the district receive the Master Facility Plan, since it was never formally presented nor accepted by the board? Slide 6 includes projects that have already been completed. Slide 7, I went back and reviewed when the survey was taken, and it was done mid-April 2020, 1 month into the pandemic. I assume the language to the right was to hook to garner support. I think it was pretty slick to lump acquire, repair, and construct equipment, sites, and facilities in one bullet. As a group, someone might respond favorably. However, broken down, you might receive a different response, especially if the question included construct sites and facilities. When you're in the process of closing the second elementary site in 2 years, which will mean NUSD will have 3 facilities sitting vacant. To project a very strong likelihood of success when only 33% were a definite yes and about 36% were a probably yes is optimistic, because a probable yes isn't a yes. Why doesn't slide 8 or 9 indicate building a brand new $41+ million school in Area 3? The numerous times that project has been mentioned, the feasibility study you received in November 2021, during the superintendent's facility objective discussion on December 14th, one board member insisted the sanctuary school be on the superintendent's focus for the next 7 months. And your current negotiations with the developer to extend the construction deadline leaves very little doubt about the objective. Why not be upfront and honest with the voters? Page 13 is only a K-12 tax rate. What is the tax rate including our local measure GG, city utility tax, Washington Hospital, and any other local taxes? Where would Newark fall on that chart? There was one component lacking in the presentation I hope you will clarify. Which facilities would be covered by this bond? I hope that it will be limited to student utilized facilities only. As we head into a recession with increased interest rates and a $6 gasoline, or $6 a gallon gas, I hope you have done your homework, know the facts, and intend to be fully transparent before leaping into this endeavor. Thank you. Oh, I have 11 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our study session.
Yes. Mr. Godby and Mr. Heath, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. This is Brian Godby.
This is Charles Heath. I can hear you too.
Thank you.
All right, should we go ahead and get started, President?
Yes.
Okay, so welcome to everybody, guests and board members and staff and community. So we're, per the request from the board, we're holding this study session with regard to potential November 2022 bond measure. We have a number of folks here, both in person and on the line to engage in this conversation with us. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Delacruz to kick us off.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So at the last board meeting, we presented some information, preliminary information on potential bond measure in November, and went over the timeline and the process. And today we're going to provide a little bit more information. We have 4 representatives here with us from the 4 different consulting groups that we will potentially be working with, and that is Mr. Bill Tunick is here from DWK, and Mr. Blake Beam from KNN Finance, and we have Mr. Brian Godby, the polling consultant, virtually, as well as Mr. Charles Heath from Props and Measures. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Heath to get us going. Charles?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm here. So I'm not sure, is the PowerPoint up? I can't see if it is.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay. Marie, I thought you were going to start with the background on the facilities master plan.
Okay. So the first slide is, you want to go to the next one? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
Thank you. I can see it on the screen now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so the first slide is the, kind of like our agenda. And we've already done our introductions. We have our bond planning team, the representatives from the different groups. And then we'll be going over a little bit about the facilities master plan, as well as the voter survey results from the last time we took a poll, And then some considerations for the potential bond measure, an overview, and authorization considerations, as well as the planning strategies and the legal aspects of calling the election. Oh, so we're changing it, so sorry. So our bond team will consist of our strategy and communications consultant, next slide. TBWBH from Props and Measures. Public opinion polling will be done by Godby Research. And our finance municipal advisor is KNN. The bond counsel, which is also a requirement, will be with DWK.
The computer, sorry, I got the email.
Oh, that one. Back in 2019, we had a presentation from ADIS Architects on the facilities master plan. They reviewed the results of the stakeholder engagements. They had several meetings and developed the master plan with the priorities that are identified here, including outdoor learning spaces, amphitheaters and green space, gardens and environmental science, curb appeal, library student unions and multi-purpose rooms, maker spaces and having flexible furniture, as well as small learning communities. These were some of the priorities that were identified from all of the stakeholder engagements that occurred for several months. And I know Ms. Ingham Waters was a part of that as well. And from that, they also provided district-wide conceptual costs, which is a high-level cost projection based on standards at that time. So these numbers here are really based on 2019 numbers. They don't include any escalation, but they do include soft costs and design costs. The costs that are included here are to achieve 21st century transformation. It also includes deferred maintenance, infrastructure modernization, as well as signature projects, which are like top priority, high impact projects to support 21st century learning, STEAM, and the 4 Cs. So you can see at that time we did have a couple more schools that now have consolidated. But the total at that time, the total cost was $588 million estimated to do all of the projects that are in the master plan. Sorry, this is... Okay. Mr. Godby, your bond survey overview.
Great, thank you very much. As the public speaker earlier highlighted, this is actually the question I believe she was reading. This is the ballot question for a bond measure in the survey that we did in 2020, in April of 2020, that's correct. We did 503 completed interviews of a stratified likely voter universe that was scientifically selected. It's stratified in the front end, it's weighted on the back end, so we're very careful to make sure it's representative. Now, this was a 2020 survey, so it was representative of the 2020 November election. And you can see the responses that we have. This is the first test of the survey, and in the survey of the bond measure in the second test as well. We did get 71% in round numbers on the initial test, 69% on the second test. That is broken down on the second test, 33% in round numbers. Definitely yes, 36% probably yes. In our experience for 30 years of doing bond measures and other measures for local government revenue measures, the way we judge feasibility is we add the 2 of those together. Now there's a margin of error in the survey for sure, and you always need to keep that in mind. And in that survey in 2020, it was plus or minus 4.3%. So that means that in real round numbers, we could have been as low on that final test as 65%. But given that a Prop 39 bond measure requires only 55%, we at the time felt we were in good shape. District elected not to go forward. So I think historically, we've got some data that shows that this is certainly feasible based on our 30 years of experience. With respect to the actual wording of the question, that was vetted by your bond counsel, and every time we do one of these bond-related surveys, we do exactly the same thing, and it has to meet all the state requirements, in this case, 75 words, how much in bonds would be authorized, what the tax rate is, what the duration is, and how much it raises annually. So this is all vetted legally and was ready to go should the district want to, and the numbers were pretty good. Next slide, please. So again, looking back at that 2020 bond survey, this is among the items that we took out of the master plan that were the district's priority at the time. They may have changed, but these were the ones that we tested that came out the best. And you can see in tier 1 here, there's an abstract number that ranks them. But if you look at the blue arrow, you can see the range of percentages. In tier 1, we start as high as 87%, at least somewhat more likely to support the bond measure that we had just described. And that starts with upgrading and adding science, technology, engineering, and math classroom labs and classrooms, bring all elementary and middle schools in the district up to the same standard, improve, upgrade, or replace outdated electrical HVAC systems, upgrade school for earthquake, fire safety, and accessibility for students with disabilities, and convert, update, transition schools for 21st century learning, and then update libraries for all schools. That's in our top group. The next two items were in our second group, but even they are still at the 73%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure, which again is substantially above the 55% threshold required for a Prop 39 bond today. So these are the voters' priorities from 2020. It may have changed. That's part of the reason we're doing another survey and focused on the list. The list may change in terms of what's asked, and we can compare or contrast and decide what the voters' priorities are this time around. Next slide, please. And this shows a comparison with the other measure that we asked about in that same survey, which was a parcel tax. Part of the reason that it was 500 interviews instead of the 400 that we're proposing this time around is this: we didn't know if we wanted to do a parcel tax or a bond measure. We saw that the bond did very well. The parcel tax didn't do as well. Again, things may have changed. And you can see the wording of the measure on the right-hand side of the slide. But in the final test, we were at 56%. A parcel tax requires 2/3 majority to be successful. So this is 10 points below breaking even, and maybe even worse if we consider the margin of error again, as it did earlier. So that does sort of suggest that a parcel tax, even though the world may have changed in your district with respect to support for this kind of measure, it's probably not likely, and the bond measure is probably a more feasible effort to undertake going forward. Next slide. So I'll turn it over to somebody else at this point. However, I will say the proposal that we have in front of you for 400 interviews is a little bit scaled back because we're not doing that split sample. It still is the scientific stratified sample. It's likely November 22 voters. It's not just links on websites capturing people who may or may not go to your social media, and it is via landline and cell phone and text invitations and email to that specific universe. And with it, test a variety of other items that we didn't talk about in slide today, but that includes quality of education and handling of taxpayer money and COVID reactions and overall facility priorities, as well as, a more general approach to what can we do to improve the district. So I'll turn it over to KMN, Blake.
Thanks, Brian, and good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be here in person again and talk more bonds with the group. This is a slide that I shared when we last recapped the successful refunding of some of the outstanding debt. This shows the district's prior voter authorization, both going back 25 years to Measure B that approved 66 million, and then over 10 years ago for Measure G having approved 63 million. You can see in the flow chart or colorful boxes below kind of how those bonds were incrementally accessed and then what's been refinanced in order to capture taxpayer savings, including the recent 2022 effort that the board just moved forward with. I will say, relative to the authorizations that for Measure B and Measure G, the amounts that were authorized relative to other school districts throughout the county and even the state are fairly modest in size. And so, not having been directly involved myself with those measures, I'm not sure if the strategy was a narrowed scope for projects or just modest impact on voters, but those are well below the median outstanding authorizations that exist in Alameda County. And that's represented on the next slide as well, just in terms of the tax rate for the district. We thought that this was interesting information to take a peek at, just where Newark Unified is at relative to other school districts in the area. And you could see falling, again, below the median based on the tax rate to support those two prior authorizations. Just because the tax rate is lower than peers doesn't necessarily suggest that you should be going out for a bond, but in the case where there are needs that would support a new bond, it's certainly an important reference point to see where your tax rate is. And what we look at here relative to the data is that the tax rate is modest in addition to the outstanding debt that has been sold by the district historically. So really now, instead of reflecting back, kind of looking forward on page 13. Sorry, I talked about slide 12 already. On 13 here. Just wanting to share a hypothetical authorization amount based on the analysis that we've prepared. The analysis is based on current assessed valuation. It's based on a projected growth within the district's assessed value, which we've aligned with the historical growth trends. It also contemplates a structure and term for the bonds. Those assumptions have been aligned with what we're seeing on the more conservative end. Other school districts in the state of California structure their bonds as. So current interest bonds, meaning there's no deferred interest or principal payments, or paying interest and principal off each year, and the term being 30 years or less. So we're not extending out to some egregious term of repayment that covers generations. Based on those assumptions that we've identified, the district has an upper end amount that they could access of approximately $274 million from a new bond authorization. This would correspond to a tax rate that would be $60 per 100,000 of assessed value, which is in line with the statutory maximum for unified school districts in the state of California per education code. Based on the district's median home value, the corresponding tax rate for homeowners would be $297 for each homeowner. So that's what that $60 tax rate corresponds to in terms of the median value of homes in Newark.
What is the median value of a home?
There's a footnote here based on the 21-22. The median assessed value was $495,062. So, and again, that's not market value, that's assessed value. And so, just for the sake of conversation,
Now I see. Now I get it.
Yes.
I was like, oh, where are those homes?
So California has Prop 13 that allows home values at the time of sale to be locked in at the then current value and be escalated over time by the greater of the anticipated escalation or 2%. And so across the state, we see a tremendous amount of homes being assessed at far less than what they're currently valued at. And so the tax and the authorization of a new bond would be valued or calculated based on the actual assessed value and not market value. So of this hypothetical upper end bond authorization amount of $274 million, on the next slide we show how the implementation would look like from a tentative standpoint. These numbers would be realigned to better fit with actual cash flow demands. But the point of this slide that I want to impress upon the board and community is that it's not all sold at once. It's not all accessible at once. It's not like you guys are then going out and spending the 274 immediately. Each tranche of funds would be accessed based on the anticipated cash flow need or burn rate, which would occupy roughly a 3-year window of time. That's the IRS spend down requirement for tax exempt bonds, is to be able to spend roughly 85% of those bond monies within a 3-year time frame. I'm sure our legal counsel here can talk more about that if you have questions, but that's...
Can you talk about how we arrive at $60 per 100,000 assessed value tax rate?
Absolutely. So the way that K&N would be structuring these bonds is to utilize the full taxing capacity if voters were to approve that $60 tax. And basically what that means is the value that the county assessor assigns for Newark Unified in today's time frame at a $60 per 100,000 rate would give us a certain anticipated property tax revenue that would be collected from homeowners from the December and April property tax due dates.
I guess my question is, do we first have that 274 million first, then looking for the tax rate, or we first come up with this tax rate of $60 and see, oh, this tax rate will give us this money?
So,
is there any legal limit that said you cannot go tax above $60 per 100,000 assessed value?
There is a legal limit, and the 274 million is not provided up front.
Okay.
It's leveraged over time, and in coordination with the county, we would develop a tax structure and debt service that coincides with the amount of taxes that would be able to pay that loan down over time.
So on this one, it said maximum tax rate at $60.
That's
So
right.
does that mean you cannot go to $61 per 100,000 assessed value?
We would structure the debt to align itself with the $60. We would seek approval from the county based on the assumptions and the structure of the debt at the $60 level. Once the bonds are sold, the county is going to levy a tax at whatever they need to in order to pay the debt service. So there is instances in which the tax could go above $61 or $60. If that were to happen, the remainder of the new bond would be inaccessible until the tax fell below $60.
So I guess my question is still how do we arrive at this $60 number to begin with?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's your best estimate of what the maximum is.
It's our best estimate of the maximum, and the $60 is driven off of current education code. It's a statutory cap for general obligation bonds.
Okay, that understands.
Okay, sorry, yeah, there was probably a poor explanation on my end, I apologize. So just before we leave slide 14, I'll just say the 274 million would be accessed incrementally in order to meet cash flow needs and stay within that statutory maximum $60 per 100,000 tax rate.
And also the need to use the money within 3 years.
Correct.
Right? So, because if you were able to get it all up front and we couldn't use it, then you'd be violating the IRS rules.
That's right. So here we anticipate this hypothetical, the first tranche of funds would generate roughly $85 million for projects. If some of the design work and just upfront planning would suggest that the spend down of that 85 million would not be achievable within a 3-year window of time, we would scale down that first tranche of funds in order to align it with what we did think the actual burn rate or cash flow spend down would look like.
So we'd only be issuing bonds for the projects we think we could get done with 85% of that.
That's correct. And the plan of finance for the bond measure is living throughout the entire life cycle of it until all bonds are issued and spent down. And there's a tremendous amount of coordination that takes place between staff, board, and consultants in order to make sure that that all happens.
I know it's stealing later in the slides, but our needs based on the facilities maintenance plan are greater than this 274. Do you have any insight as to whether the state is going to be kicking in some bonds or anything like that to help bridge that gap?
The first part of that question won't be a response, but just a comment, is that school districts throughout the state and even nation are finding themselves in a very similar spot where their needs far exceed their ability to access enough authorization to meet those needs. In terms of why that is and kind of the current plan of having a state facilities funding program kick in what's supposed to be up to 50 and 60% of the difference is not readily available at this point because all the monies that remain from prior state bonds are accounted for. So all those authorizations are encumbered. There are rumblings that there would be another proposal in the future for a future state bond in order to keep the program, the state match program alive. But I have not heard any moving too far along yet, enough to report out as really thinking that it's viable and happening.
No, thank you for the answer. Just given the windfall, let's just call it that, but given the windfall in state revenue, I know they're looking at some, particularly in my conversations with state legislatures, they're interested in using this one-time windfall for one-time projects, right? Rather than creating new entitlements that go down the road. So as I pointed out to our Assembly Member Lee, school facilities are a perfect example of one-time investments. So.
Yeah, I think there's been conversation, and rightfully so, about a reconstructed or rethought out state facilities funding program for a long time now. And I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head right there in terms of why that is, because the money that would be available is so uncertain and volatile that it's left school districts facing a situation where they cannot rely on that state match money, and it's focused a lot of school districts' attention on raising that money locally from general obligation bonds.
I'm sorry if that took you.
If I can just add too, I mean, I think some of the information that I've recently seen was, they were looking at some of that one-time money, but that was on the scale of hundreds of millions, some of which may already be spoken for. And I think the statewide organization on the housing, on school housing, I think the estimate was somewhere in the need of $8 billion across the state. So even if some of that one-time money does come through from the state, relatively speaking to where the need is and all the applications are already in for reimbursement, it's probably not.
Yeah, I think everybody knows we're never getting back to the 50 or 60% reimbursement,
Yeah.
but anything would help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Mr. Bean, thanks for pulling together your part of the presentation. So in layman's terms, this 274 million, and one thing I'm a little bit confused about is earlier in the slide, it's at 220 million on page 13 versus 274 million. Is that just a typo, or is there some difference there? So on the last bullet point on page 13, statutory bonding capacity based on 2.5% current AV is 220,906. But then down in your box, you got 274.
Thank you so much for pointing that out, and I should have clarified that as I went through the slide. So a district's statutory bonding capacity is, again, it's part of education code. It's not necessarily part of our analysis. And what that is for unified districts is 2.5% of the then current assessed valuation. So that's how we arrive at that $220 million number. The $220 million number is a point in time, it's a static number. So it's actually the district's bonding capacity as of today, which is the 2.5%. You arrive at a number, then you deduct out the roughly $75 million of collective bonds that remain outstanding from the 2 prior authorizations. And with that calculation, you arrive at the balance of 220. Now, each year as the district's assessed valuation grows and the old bonds are paid down over time, that number will grow exponentially. And so by the time a new bond authorization at the $274 million level was incrementally accessed, that 220 would have grown sufficiently enough to access all of that within the statutory bonding capacity for the district.
Okay, so to play back what you just said, to confirm I'm understanding. So, you're looking, just from a financial perspective, are looking at a theoretical, essentially credit limit, okay, of maximum borrowing capacity is 274 million, right? So you're saying based on the markets and, a variety of other factors, the theoretical limit is 274 million, but Ed Code puts in place certain restrictions that are actually reducing that to the current point in time of 220 million. So like today, right now, 220 million is what we could borrow. But again, that could change over time. So if you borrowed less and then later on you came back and wanted to borrow more, your Ed Code limit could be higher. Is that what you're saying?
I think that you're right there, but I just want to further expand on the explanation. So our analysis at 274 million is really premised off of a $60 tax rate, which is the statutory maximum tax rate, and assessed valuation projections over time of how much through a new bond we can access at that upper end tax rate limit. And then to coincide with the 274, what I'm sharing with the board and community is that accessible today is only 220 million of the 274. Recognizing that the $274 million bond program would be implemented over roughly a decade-long period, the statutory capacity, which is that 220 amount, would grow sufficiently enough to actually access the full 274 within the scheduled drawdown schedule that I've reflected in that hypothetical scenario.
And that is based on the assumption of 4% annual growth of the average assessed value in the city.
That is, and then based on the district's 25-year average, it has been 6.32%.
So you guys are basing it on a conservative 4%.
Yeah, and that's probably
typically our starting point.
I think I would say it's probably very, very conservative, because oftentimes it's not really, like you pointed out, because of Prop 13, oftentimes it's not about the growth rate of the property value, it's the rate of your turnover of the property value. If you have a much bigger turnover rate, your assessed value can shoot up the sky within 1 or 2 years, right?
The importance of having conservative assumptions built in from the front end is the commitment that the district would make in going up to voters on the $60 tax rate. And so by being conservative and issuing debt based on an expected 4% growth, what we're doing is we're fairly confident, or comfortable at least, saying that the AV grows by more and that we're never going to exceed that $60. And that's going to be the storyline that the district is going to stand behind when reflecting back on the success of a future bond. Whereas if we went out aggressive and thereby potentially allowing us to authorize more bond dollars, there would be more of a likelihood of AV not meeting that expectation in certain years, and the tax rate in that case could potentially bump up above $60, and therefore those commitments to taxpayers start to become muddled in terms of the success of that bond. And so that's why when we're building out the planning stages, we're looking at conservative assumptions, and some would argue even overly conservative assumptions when we build our analysis.
Just so I understand, these are tax exempt bonds, all of them?
Thank you.
These are all tax exempt bonds, correct?
So they'll, they would get a premium over your typical bond.
In the current market, there is demand for premium coupons because of the absolute low yields. And without getting into the weeds, I would just agree with you and say yes, there would likely be a premium offered above and beyond the issuance. That premium, as you may already know, would be deposited to offset the debt issuance or the debt payment costs. So it's never, that premium is never something even received from the district. It's all held by the county and it's paid off to the bond holders.
Right. But that could shorten the that could shorten the time frame for repayment.
It could.
And then, Mr. Bean, just to cover off on this one last point, and then I had one more question, which is, so the 274 million, that's just our theoretical credit limit. So the markets say you have the capacity to borrow this much, but it's theoretical. It's not tied to anything necessarily that we're thinking about, right? This is just theoretically how much we could borrow.
So what, as an advisor, it's the upper end limit of what I would suggest you could access and feasibly pay off within a tax rate capacity that meets all of the education code guidelines.
Sure. So if we don't want to become a municipal junk bond, we should stay within this. But but theoretically we could borrow more. So you're just saying
it would be outside of my advice to borrow more than 274.
Okay. But this number basically, it's a calculation. It's not tied to anything specific within our district.
Yeah, it's municipal advice from a professional that does this work a lot.
And then the last question is on page 12, you talked about where we fall in terms of our K through 12 tax rates. And you're saying that we're kind of falling in the lower tier. But did you guys do an analysis at sort of the overall tax load for residents? So, again, there's other potential entities that could be borrowing here and assessing taxes. And so have we looked at that and where we kind of fall in comparison with, with other cities or counties?
No is the simple answer. That's a worthwhile analysis. It would entail a lot more research and digging to find the effective tax rate for each entity throughout the region. And we haven't looked at that. We just looked at the direct tax rate for each education agency in the region.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That includes the community college, or only, you said educational agency, does it include only K through 12, or does that include?
We actually did pull the data for the community colleges. We didn't include them here because they were far less, frankly, than the K-12 agencies.
Okay, thank you.
So I think with that, I will turn it over to Charles, if you're still there. Sorry for the long section, but I'll turn it over to you.
And just so we all know, we have about 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I think my piece will be quick here. This is actually a review of information that we looked at your report meeting a couple weeks ago. And this is just an overview of the timeline and process that we would undertake if you do want to move forward with the 2022 bond measure. So, and the first ability assessment, we did some polling back in 2020. Obviously, a lot in the world has changed, so we would want to update that opinion research with the survey that Brian was describing earlier. We would also take a look at the overall political environment to understand kind of what else might be influencing voters in the November ballot, what else might be on the ballot locally that could influence how voters think about a bond proposal like this, and based on that, make some recommendations for whether or not we think it's viable to move forward in the November ballot. If we do see a green light coming out of that feasibility study, the next step would be to move forward with some informational outreach and consensus building to get both internal stakeholders within the district aware of the proposal and on board, but also reach out into the broader community, neighborhood leaders, business leaders, other elected leaders, and make sure they're aware of your facility needs and a potential bond proposal.
You still there?
Number two, the August 12th deadline to qualify for the November 12th election.
Mr. Heath, can you hear me?
We lost your audio a few seconds ago. If you could repeat your last sentence.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just going through the timeline and summarizing the deadlines for the November 2022 election. My last slide that's up there now is just a summary of costs. These are the costs we looked at the board meeting a couple of weeks ago. There's costs related to my consulting fees, obviously the public opinion poll, the preparation of informational materials to distribute to the public, and then the financial advisor and bond counsel fees. So something worth of $200 million in bonds, probably a cost of between $100,000 and $150,000. That's a summary of my piece, and I can hand it off over to DWK to take the next piece of the presentation, unless there's any questions.
Can I ask, hopefully you can hear me from the map. We're interested in seeing what the public opinion about this measure is. Is there a breaking point where if we decide not to proceed based on what we're hearing from the community through the poll? Can this be bifurcated? In other words, can there be a stop where we build in basically an escape where we decide not to go forward, and the rest of the expenditures don't happen?
Absolutely, and that's the process you engage in the feasibility assessment, and the numbers just aren't there, or there are good reasons not to proceed. In fact, that's what you did in 2020 when, after the polling was conducted in April, you decided not to proceed with an election. So, my agreement is month to month. So if we do a month worth of work, we do a poll, it's not viable, that's your only obligation. The cost of the poll plus a little bit of my time. So it's absolutely it can be severed at any point.
Great. I have another question about the public opinion survey, but I don't want to take up all the time. So I'd like to. Hopefully, we can have a chance to talk about that. Going back to that at the end, or I can ask it now.
You want to ask? Go ahead. Just go ahead.
I'd like Mr. Godby to give a little more explanation as to what we can be learning from the community in addition to their temperature about a tax measure. What can we be learning from the community that could help us to guide us in setting priorities for the district?
Sure, that's a good question, and we can do a variety of things. A couple of things. We've done these surveys for the district not just in 2022, but back in 2011. So we have some tracking data that we can look at and decide how we want to continue that. But I think that at a minimum, we'd want to look at the quality of education perception in the community to see how they think you're doing. We'd want to look at handling of taxpayer dollars. Obviously, that's an important thing. That's ultimately what we're talking about here. In the 2020 survey, we asked about the perception of the district with respect to handling COVID. We can continue to ask that. We can ask open-ended questions that, or an open-ended question, I think, that would say, what can we do to improve how the district is doing its job. So any one of those things. Obviously, the facilities priorities would be part of the bond portion. But this is a custom survey, so if there's some other set of questions that you want to ask, we can certainly include those. And there's a limit to the amount of time that we have available. It's about 25 minutes is the longest survey that we like to do because the termination rates just go up astronomically. But within that constraint, we're happy to ask, whatever questions are important to you.
Great. So one follow-up question to that, and it's mostly for the superintendent. Would the board have an opportunity to be involved with those kinds of questions so we can get out of this survey something that will help us to to assess the needs, the overall needs of the district.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Yeah, through the subcommittee, the bond subcommittee is what we did in the past, and then, feedback and input from the other board
Right,
members.
but we could, if we,
Through the subcommittee,
okay, but then it could go to the whole board.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then one quick additional question for Mr. Godby. So, Mr. Godby, just to make sure that we're doing apples to apples, and so, you were referencing your prior survey. And so, and I think we just, again, need to make sure that we're comparing things. When you went out to voters and you were getting the, basically the input about the bond feasibility, your assumption was a borrowing of 175 million, correct?
That was the plan at the time, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
right, so obviously, if the amounts change, that could affect the feasibility.
Yeah, it certainly could, but let's see, we were looking at still 6 cents, so for whatever reasons, and I would leave it to Blake to detail, but the amount that 6 cents will pay has changed. Part of that is assessed valuation, I'm guessing, is up, and that's why the bond amount can be up too, and it's still at the 6 cents, which is per 100 or $60 per 100,000. It's the same number.
And then the second question, kind of again, apples to apples, because when you were going out and talking with the public about potential improvements, it was really both infrastructure improvements and also deferred maintenance. And one of the informational messages that you were sending out to them and you were talking about in your final recommendations is you said many of the district's schools were built in the early 1960s and are over 50 years old, and maintaining them is becoming more costly over time. The cost to maintain several schools outweighs the cost to replace them. So that was really kind of the message at that point, that we were talking about upgrading, but we weren't talking about new schools in this survey. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true. And again, this is a custom survey, or it was then, based on the needs of the district, as we discussed with staff. If we're going to go forward with this process, we would have the same conversation again, discuss the needs and the priorities of the staff, and then to go, as well as, I think, including board members, is one of the other questions was, makes perfect sense to me, so we're meeting your needs. I mean, this is not a one-size-fits-all survey.
Right, but so
basically,
if we were talking about building a new school, then we would need to be changing that messaging, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we could test both in that informational section that you're referring to, and then we find out what the priority from the voters is, and then you use that information to make your decision. It's the board's purview ultimately, but we can get information on different approaches and see which one is the voters' priority, and then you fit that with educational needs, and the board makes their decision, their ultimate decision.
Okay, thank you.
Well, then you have the floor.
7 minutes for 7 slides. Good evening, everyone. So, as you've heard a lot about, we've talked a lot about kind of the background of the measure, the bond measure. I want to talk a little bit about what the mechanics, kind of the nuts and bolts of actually getting it on the November 22 ballot would look like. So, really what that is development of the resolution itself. The resolution has several parts. We're going to kind of talk about what each of those are. Kind of to the board member's question earlier, this is an iterative process, right? What will eventually happen, the final decision is the adoption of that resolution or consideration of that resolution that puts the measure on the ballot. That takes, for a Prop 55 bond, a 2/3 vote of 39, not 59, 55. Takes a 2/3 vote of the board to put it on the ballot, and then it's a 55% vote of the public in order to authorize ballot. So between now and then, it's a matter of developing the resolution. There's a big chunk of it at the front of the resolution that is mostly the mechanics of the election, direction to the register of voters, other county officials to make sure the election is called, and then behind that kind of comes the substance. And so if we go to the next slide, the beginning of that substance is the 75-word ballot statement or the ballot label. This is what voters see on the ballot when they vote yes or no. This is that same statement that you saw in the polling results. You saw it kind of summarized. That's the 75 words. As time has gone on, the legislature has asked us to include more and more required information in those, but we still only have 75 words. That hasn't changed. So what we found is that starts to limit, especially for bond measures, the amount of other information we can tell voters, not only about what's required, but also what the purpose of the measure is. So we do our best to get as much information in there, but at the end of the day, it is really very much a summary of the measure. We hit all the required pieces, and you kind of saw from 2020 what that looks like. That is the type of thing that will be adjusted by the board, both for purposes of polling, and then ultimately, based on those polling results, you could then adjust the 75 words if necessary. We try to usually stick to the polling results so that you have a sense of how voters will see that measure. If we go to the next slide, so as I mentioned, the 75 words is a summary. What that's summarizing is the full ballot text itself. That's the ballot measure. It appears in the ballot pamphlet. That is what voters are actually authorizing. In a sense, it's sort of the agreement between the voters and the district, allowing the district to actually sell the bonds, and talks about what are the conditions under which the bonds will be sold and used, including some of the legally required requirements like the Citizen Oversight Committee, the audits, the limitation on use for administrator salaries that are unrelated to bond programs. All of those types of things have to be in the full text, as well as obviously what the amount of the tax, which as Blake was talking about, and the bond project list. Essentially, what are the types of projects and the locations of those projects that the funds may be used for over the life of the project. And so actually, if we go to the next slide, we talk a little bit about how that gets created. So again, what this is, and that quote's actually out of the law there, is a list of the specific school facility projects to be funded with bond proceeds. So this is, again, a list of the types of things that may be, again, authorized by the board after the bond is authorized by voters to spend the bond proceeds on there. Again, it has to be specific enough to give the voters an idea of what types of projects, what type of locations, but at the same time, you know, Blake was talking about a program that's going to last decades. There also needs to be flexibility in there so that the board and the district can respond to the district's needs. Again, sort of based off of the model of your facility master plan, but providing some flexibility. And so that's why, again, we're talking about the types of projects and locations. We may not be saying, you know, this parking lot is going to be increased by this size and it's going to be that way. That's one of the projects, because obviously something could change after the bond is passed. And if we go on.
Can I start?
Oh, yeah.
So I understand. So then I'll try to take up too much of your time, but so that's more like the uses that would be eligible. It's not so much a promise that.
Exactly.
Because particularly because we know there's needs that are in addition to this amount. So it's more of saying these are things we could spend the money on. It's not necessarily guaranteeing it would be spent on that.
Exactly. And the measure language is clear about that. It'll tell voters this is a list of things that are the bond proceeds are authorized to be used for. It does not mean that all of these things will be funded. As you pointed out, your need is larger than this amount. Never mind putting aside cost escalation.
Well, we could, as we draft that, include the priorities that we have.
Yeah, and that's really what the bond project list looks like, is sort of what are the eligible things. And yeah, you could talk about what the priorities are. Again, I think you want to maintain that flexibility because you don't know what's going to happen.
So if the facilities master plan identified nearly $600 million worth of need, would that projects list be reflective of the facilities master plan list of needs? And then should voters approve it, the board would then, collaborate and figure out what the priorities are and try to peg off as much of that need as possible, but it would potentially all be authorized under the projects list of the ballot language.
Understood. And of course, we're going to want to see how what the community tells us through the poll to educate us. So thank you.
And when we talk about creating the project list too, obviously, when we went through this process 2 years ago and started developing it, there was some efforts made, or actually there was a lot of time and effort made into starting to create that list, and I think we brought a draft to the board. So we've got something to start from, and obviously we've got the facilities master plan, so that combined with the polling is what the team will be working with to kind of create that list as part of the resolution. I think I've talked, and I'm sorry, if I'm going too fast, let me know, but I know you guys have 6 o'clock cut off here. So that's the bond project list. The last part of the resolution, we go to the next slide, is the tax rate statement, and this is a statutory requirement to disclose to the voters a lot of the information that actually Blake covered previously. There's essentially a form that discloses the specific information really having to do with bond repayment, total debt, that type of information. That'll go in the ballot pamphlet as well. So, maybe the last slide and perhaps the most important, what is the timeline? So if we're talking about a November 22 bond measure, the information or the resolution has to be to the register of voters by August 12th of this year. That's 88 days before the election. We generally recommend you do not do it on day 88 for obvious reasons.
It's a busy day there.
We have done it, but we wouldn't recommend it. So, and I think as this was on Charles's slide as well, but I think the recommended kind of working backwards timeline would be for board consideration and approval on August 4th, and a first reading of the resolution, or at least sort of the first formal reading of the resolution on June 16th. So that would give a little bit of time to make any adjustments that are necessary. So, and I know it says on there that checking with the register of voters, we'll do that, but I think Alameda County is pretty, they stick to the 88 days pretty much, so we shouldn't have any issues there. So, with that, right on time, oh, minute late. But if there's any questions on my part, I don't remember really quickly, I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm sure the rest of the team is as well.
We're good. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
7 slides in 7 minutes.
Did it.
Impressive.
Attorney too. That's a good plan, which is you put the attorney at the end and let everybody else.
Oh, that wasn't an accident.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. And are there any public comments in closed session? Nope. Okay. In closed session, we will be discussing item 4.2, ratification and approval of TK enrollment. Item 4.3, public employee discipline dismissal release. Item 4.4, conference with labor negotiators, NTA and CSCA. Item 4.5, conference with labor negotiators, NUMA. And 4.6, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 4.7, student expulsion. And we will be recessing to closed session. Thank you. Thank you. We're back from closed session, and I have a few items to report out. On item 4.2, ratification and approval of TK enrollment. The board approved 2 TK enrollment with a vote of 5 yeses and 0 noes. Motion made by myself and seconded by Member Marquez. And on item 4.3, the board took action on a vote of 5-0 to release and reassign a certain certificated administrator, employee ID number 2080, effective at the end of the 21-22 school year. The superintendent or designee is directed to provide the required notice to the employee per Ed Code 44951. Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by Member Grandel. And then the last one is the board took action on a vote of 4-1 to revoke the effective date of a certain temporary teacher, employee number 4345, from June 2nd, 2022, and to set the new effective date for their release on April 8th, 2022. The superintendent or designee is directed to provide the required notice to the employee per Ed Code 44954. Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by myself, and the no vote was Member Hill. Thank you. Okay, on to item 6.1. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. On to item 7.1, student report from Newark Junior High Alternative Education and Newark Memorial. Do we have our student members here?
I'll check up on our students from the junior high since it was a little bit late, but I'll start with our alternative ed.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Report for our work and kept. Melissa Blanco Baron, I attend school in Bridgeport, and in leadership and also work on tobacco prevention. Thank you, members of Grandel, for reading to our crossroads segment this week. One of our Bridgeport alums has been volunteering once a week. He's mentoring a group of young men. WASP came back to Bridgeport this week. The president of WASP is Brian Book, and he interviewed our principal. Bridgeport teachers and students were honored to be included. We would like to wish a happy retirement to Ms. Lanford and Mr. Larson from Newark Adult Education. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Alexis Blanco Barron. And our next report is going to be coming from our student board member, Estaina Resendez Ortiz.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Today's key information is quite interesting. As many of you know, last Saturday was a prom night at Lake Chalet Restaurant in Oakland, and it was an extraordinary success. Not only was there a pier and a dancing room along with the karaoke room, but we had this amazing food and a really good night. Additionally, next week will be our Cougar Olympics week, where our grades compete against each other in a variety of games from dodgeball to volleyball. And there will be our famous Cougars Got Talent event on April 29th, so stay tuned to see all the talentful students we have on campus. Moving on from our events to community outreach, the ASB class is doing their first retreat collaboration with Schilling Elementary in hopes to pass on our leadership skills to future generations and get to know the future leaders of our high school. We will hopefully be creating many more leadership retreats with other elementaries as well. Alongside this, for our freshman class at the high school, there will be an ice cream social event tomorrow during lunch. And last but not least, we will be having our grad night for the senior class on May 1st, heading towards Disneyland. So we're super excited for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, student board member Resendez Ortiz.
Currently none from the junior high, but if they do come, I'll let you know.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. On to our next item, 8.1, Staff Spotlight. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So this is 7.1. Oh, excuse me, you're right, 8.1. So good evening to the board, to members of the community, and to staff. I'm super excited about this staff spotlight because we're really honoring two wonderful and outstanding staff members of our district. So I'll start by talking a little bit about this process for employees of the year. So our classified and certificated employees of the year were nominated by their peers and selected for their outstanding contributions and achievements by the trustees of the board. We are thrilled to have Ms. Sandy Acarisi and Mr. Sean Fuller as our NUSD Employees of the Year. So I would like to invite both of them to come to the podium, if you will, do us the honor. And then we will have an opportunity to take pictures after both folks have been celebrated. So I'm going to start with Ms. Sandy Acarisi, our classified employee of the year. So Sandy Acarisi is a longtime office manager at Newark Unified School District. She has been the smiling and warm face that students and families and staff see when they enter one of the 3 offices she has worked at over the last 21 years. She maintains a professional attitude and is proficient in all the complex daily tasks that come her way. This includes supporting new and existing staff with supplies and most current school processes, working with families to understand medical plans and medicine administration, and balancing the ASB and school site budgets on a monthly basis. Her thorough attention to detail is demonstrated and makes sure that her I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If someone is in need, Sandy Acarisi is the first person to step up to help. At school, Sandy has offered to buy coats for students that don't have them. She offers words of encouragement and support for students and staff. She provides a safe place for students and staff to heal. She is able to de-escalate students who may be in crisis and support students who are injured to stay calm. Newark is known for being large enough to matter, but small enough to care. Ms. Sandy Acarisi is not only an exemplary classified employee in Newark Unified School District, but she is a homeowner and community member as well. Newark is indebted to her commitment to education. Congratulations to Sandy Acarisi, our classified employee of the year. And as a side note, it was so fun to go and surprise both Sandy and Sean on the day. It's one of my favorite days of the year. Mr. Sean Fuller. So Sean Fuller is currently a 4th grade teacher at Music Elementary School and has been a part of the Newark Unified family since 2007. In his 15-year tenure in Newark, Sean has served on the Curriculum Council, on this site leadership team, as an NTA representative, and as a Student Council advisor. Since 2016, he has been a teacher leader and administrative designee at Music Elementary. His colleagues describe him as having the pulse of the school. Mr. Fuller recognizes when someone may need support professionally and personally. The main reason to celebrate Mr. Fuller, though, is that he is an advocate for students. He believes his students' academic and emotional success. He believes in that. Sean celebrates student effort and nudges those that need that encouragement. He forms partnerships with families and takes time to really get to know what makes each student unique and special. Students at Music know that they are seen and cared for, whether they are in his class or not. As Mr. Fuller moves to 6th grade next year, woohoo, our new middle school will be blessed with a teacher who demonstrates loyalty, respect, hard work, commitment, and more than anything, a heart of gold. which could be mistaken for crimson due to his love for his home state, Alabama. We are thrilled to congratulate Mr. Sean Fuller as NUSD's Certificated Employee of the Year. Sorry, y'all can't sit down yet. Trustees, please feel free to leave the dais and shake hands and take some pictures. And we want to allow pictures of each person with board members. Is that right?
I would also like to just give a little update that both of our employees of the year are moving to the county level to be the nominees for Alameda County. So that's really exciting. We can do a couple. Let's do a couple with Sandy and Sean. Do you guys want to take a picture? Can we take a group picture?
In the middle, perhaps? Family wants, we want to get this angle. You want to go against the wall? Oh, yeah, mission and vision.
And smile with your eyes.
And then let's get a couple just with Sandy in the group, and then a couple just with Sean in the group for their families.
Thank you.
Lucia first, and then over here. Mr. Fuller.
And Dr. Triplett, there you go. 1, 2, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Any other employee spot? Okay. Okay, on to item 9.1, employee organizations. NTA. Oh, NTA.
In the back.
Oh. Sherry? Miss Villa? Attention. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Sean couldn't make it today, so I'll fill in for him. Good evening, board members, Mr. Triplett.
Sherry.
Executive Board.
Mike, mine.
Oh.
Just angle it down.
How's that? Better? Okay. After several months and many shared comments of concern and requests for support from our teachers, NTA would like to acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of Ms. Triplett and the Executive Board for their support in the first steps in building bridges between NTA and the district office. Safety of our teachers and ultimately the students are a top priority, and we look forward to continue building that bridge. So again, thank you, and we look forward to many more meetings around the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. And our next speaker, no CSEA tonight, and Numa? No one from Numa. Okay, thank you. On to item 10.1, public comment on non-agenda items. We have a couple of speakers. The first one is Mr. Brian Foster. Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, President Wynn and members of the board. I realize that you pulled the Apex item from tonight's meeting, but I still wanted to talk briefly about that because of the timing. We are now at the point where we are approaching spring break. which historically has been the time when admin asks all teachers to identify all seniors in danger of failing. The purpose for that is to have the counselors work with them to try to get all late work in and any missing assignments made up. And when that doesn't do enough, then they assign them to Apex to get their courses made up while they're taking the same course during the school year. It's not clear whether the agreements that were made last September 16th would preclude that, because there was the option for extenuating circumstances. And I don't know if in danger of failing qualifies as an extenuating circumstance. That's for you guys to decide. I also wanted to bring to your attention an even more difficult program that we've had at the school for what turns out to be a number of years. One of my students failed economics last semester, and about a month later I went to check on the record, and he had an A in 5 credits. Turns out that he enrolled in BYU online, Brigham Young University online, for a course, paid $189 for it, and in less than a month had full credits. That shocked me. I hope it shocks some of you. It turns out we've been doing this for years. A fellow teacher who used to be a student here said they've been doing that for years. In essence, paying for credits. When I brought it up to administration, they expressed concern based on issues of equity. I raise it to your concern based on issues of fraud. In addition to that, and you might be asking about my goofy haircut, well, at least I do, there's a reason for that. One of my students also failing economics, and for whatever reason, students have a thing about my hair. I don't know what it is. But I made a deal with him, and he wrote a contract that if he got a passing grade, this is a student who has had multiple enrollments into Apex courses. If he got a passing grade in the last test of the year, he would be able to shave my head. He studied, he read, he participated in class, and he got a legitimate passing B grade. As soon as he turned 18, off came my hair. So it's about a month later, and that's why I look a bit goofy. My point is this: if we provide the right incentive for students, they're all capable of learning. Just as they do across the freeways, which I've stated before. If we hold them to high standards, they will learn. If we give them an outlet not to learn, they will take that outlet. We have a very low threshold for passing grades. As you know, it's a D-, not a C-. We have classes that are somewhat watered down. We have, in some cases, classes that are in violation of state ed code. You can ask your student board member how many days of economics she's had for a full semester's credit in economics. Last but not least, and this is with some trepidation, which is what has me concerned, I've been advised not to bring up these issues. I've been advised that if I stand up for my ethics, that my status here is in danger. So if my employment changes, you now know why.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Our next speaker, Ms. Brianna Akers.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Brianna Aker, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Cody Hills Elementary. I'm here today to advocate for our school in the selection of our new administrator. As we were informed that our current administrator would not be given the opportunity to return, we as a staff began to harbor some worries about the hiring of a new administrator for our school. We strongly believe that our current administrator was set up for failure and not given the resources and support to do her job to the best of her ability. We are the largest elementary school in the district, and as I stated last time I spoke at a board meeting, we strongly believe that this is too big of a job for one person alone. A huge part of being a school administrator is having a presence among students, being able to visit classrooms, help monitor recess and lunch, so students know who that administrator is and that they are around and supportive of them. That connection is what makes behavior management effective as well. With all the meetings and responsibilities required of one administrator for nearly 600 students, that connection is unable to happen. We really want to make sure that whoever it is that becomes our new administrator gets the support to make that connection happen. Our strong feeling as a staff is that in the process of choosing a new administrator, we need to create a panel of parents, teachers, and our office staff to help us find someone who aligns with our school vision and ideals. It's going to be vital to both our school morale and our students' academic success to make sure that whoever we choose as an administrator, it happens as a united team. We asked to work together with the district to make sure that we are continuing to build our school community with people who will honor our students and help them grow. We have teachers who are ready to assist in this as well as help out during the summer break. We look forward to making our Coyote Hills community stronger and to work with the district in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akers. Okay. Any other additional public comment?
No, that's it for public comment, but we have our junior high student leader.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mohammed, you may begin.
Welcome, Mohammed.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mohammed Lulu, the ASB president of Newark Junior High School. As we moved into spring, we had a spring fling last week. It was an absolute success and everyone enjoyed it. Also, during the month of March, we honored successful and inspirational women in celebration of Women's History Month. And thank you to the generous donation by PTSA parent, Miss Wynn. Also, we're planning on doing an 8th grade farewell dance free of charge. This will be a semi-formal red carpet Hollywood themed event with a taco bar, drinks, dessert, music, entertainment, and dancing. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Okay, on to next item. Superintendent Report, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Nguyen. Ms. Gutierrez, can you put up the slide deck, please? All right. I know we have a big agenda tonight, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I did want to talk about a couple different items, starting with just an enrollment update. So, no problem. So, just wanted to give the board and the public an update on where we are in the enrollment process for the upcoming school year. So we have concluded the priority placement window timeline, and now we've moved into open enrollment. So we have been able to process all of the registrations or applications during the priority placement window and communicate with all the families that did enroll during that time. Likewise, we have been able to process the first wave of the dual language immersion applications. So we are in the process of communicating with those families about that placement as well. And then from now until all the way until the beginning of school is the open enrollment process, whereby anybody who's registering and applying then goes through the process of submitting all their documents, and then we assign them to a school based on their location in the city. Next slide, please. So just speaking about COVID and giving a little bit of a COVID update. Next slide, please. So I've been reporting back on numbers throughout this year, and as you can see, these are numbers for this past week. And I'm pleased to share that our numbers have been very stable for the last four to 5 weeks. This past week, we had 7 positive cases throughout the entire district and 2 positive cases of staff members. So we're really relieved, I would say, that the numbers have leveled out. You can see up in January, at our highest point during the Omicron surge, we had 180 positive student cases, 24 positive staff cases. Next slide, please. So we are still continuing our vaccination clinics. We did want to let the public know, and we've broadcast this out on our website and other channels, that we are shifting the Coyote Hills Vaccination Clinic that we partner with the county with to Saturdays. So starting, I believe it's April 23rd, that we will be holding the clinics on Saturday rather than Sunday. And also just a special note that Easter Sunday, the clinic will be closed. We've had a lot of questions around when can families be returning to campus, so I wanted to give an update on that. You saw the COVID numbers that I just shared, which is really what we've been waiting on to analyze. Are we seeing a decline, and then are we seeing things holding steady and not increasing? So based on the current case rates, we are anticipating that if things stay the same after spring break, that we hope to be able to start to allow families back on campus. A couple things that we want to take into account, though. Number one is, I'm sure you all are aware, the new Omicron variant, BA.2, is something that has been spreading in China and in Europe, and so of course we're keeping a really an eye on that in coordination with the county and the state to see if that does have any impact on our own case rates. Thus far, it has not, but we just want to make sure that we are coordinating with the county on this. Spring break safety, so I'll talk about that in the next slide as well. But we know that during breaks, holiday breaks, is when there has been in the past spikes in cases, and so we want to make sure that we are promoting and supporting students and families to be safe, and also taking measures to enable students to be able to test, students and staff to be able to test before they come back, and I'll speak on that in a moment. So what we're hoping is that if we do not see a significant change in the case rate after spring break, and we will want to give that a week of really looking at the data after spring break, that if things are holding steady, and again, that's really depending on the COVID case rates, that we would be able to have a possible return of families to campuses starting at the beginning of May. So it would be for the last month of school, essentially. Again, this is not yet set in stone, but this is just what we are currently planning out, and we really have to continue to monitor case rates and make sure that we're not seeing any change there. Next slide. So did want to talk a little bit about spring break. So we do have test kits that are going to be available to all students and staff that they have been delivered to schools, or sorry, they're about to be delivered to schools early next week. Each student and staff will receive one kit, which has 2 tests in it. And then those tests will be distributed Thursday, April 14th, to all students and staff. And what the county is recommending is that students and staff use those kits to test 24 hours prior to returning to school, just after spring break. And just want to emphasize, this is not a requirement. This is not something that will be checked, but it is an added layer of COVID safety that the county and the state are supporting and providing to our staff and students. Switching gears, wanted to give you an update on the middle school design. We had a information session last night that was led by the administration and the counselors at the junior high. Really well attended. There was 2 sessions back to back, one for 6th grade and then rising 6th grade, and then one for rising 7th grade. Overall we had 300 people attend last night on Zoom, which was really tremendous. Counselors and assistant principal and principal were able to share a lot of valuable information about schedules, about expectations, about where to get support, about communication with families and what families can do to become more involved, and a whole bunch of other information. So that was really exciting. We did meet with the junior high staff last week. The executive team met with the staff and spoke a little bit about some of the upcoming plans. We are in the process of finalizing the master schedule, and we're about to hand that over to the counselors and the administration at the junior high so that they can begin to plug it into our system. Likewise, we are almost finished with the facilities utilization plan, and so we'll be sharing that again with the staff at the school as well as the community. And then we're in the midst of budget allocation, so the budgets for next year, schools are starting to work through their budgets and identify priorities that they will take to the school site council to make decisions about funding. And then lastly, I believe it was referenced earlier, but we have been doing daily support to the junior high, including support during brunch as well as during lunch, and then also additional support throughout the day. I have the honor of supporting 2 lunches a week, and today was one. And it's been great to get to know the students better there during lunch and to experience the campus. Next slide. Lastly, wanted to just share out a little bit about the music transition and an update there. So a lot of really valuable things have been happening, led by the school. On March 29th, there was a staff meeting where the teacher assignment selection process was discussed with staff, and they had an opportunity to select the preference or options for their assignments for the upcoming school year. I'm really excited to say that of 6 teachers there at the site who will be returning next year, all of them made a decision to select the middle school as their site for the upcoming school year, and we're really excited that team will be going over to the middle school and supporting the 6th grade there. So that's great news. March 30th, there was a fantastic Lucky to Be Leopard student celebration, sharing just celebration for all of the achievements of the students, including some really powerful essays that students have been writing about what it means to be a leopard and how to hold up the leopard ideals. And then we did have March 31st, a community meeting. That's the 4th one that occurred this year, I believe. And that was called Extending Our Family. It was led by Principal Gallagher. And we had the pleasure of having the principals from Coyote Hills, BGP, BGI, and Kennedy all come to that meeting to meet the students, and the students and families to have a chance to meet them. Those are the schools that, by and large, the vast majority of the music students have opted to go to for the upcoming school year. So this was one of the first, but not the last, opportunity for the students and families to begin to get to know the principals of the schools where they will be going next year. And last but certainly not least, April 8th, tomorrow, there is a Music Spring Fling, formerly called the Music Luau, but name has been changed for reasons I'm not quite sure. But I understand there will still be leis of the flowers that will still be happening. So that's going to be a really nice opportunity to be celebrating students getting a chance to do fun activities and to be celebrating music. And that is all that I have to report. I do want to give a special shout out to Principal Gallagher, who has been leading amazing work there at music with this transition. And has also been a part of the middle school design team. So really, really appreciate her and all her work.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Any comments or questions for the superintendent? I just have one question. What time is the spring fling?
6 to 8, and you are welcome to come out for pizza, flowers, and some dancing.
Thank you. Yes.
6 p.m., correct?
6 to 8. Member Hill?
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So regarding the middle school transition, it's my understanding that we've hired a project manager to lead this effort. Would it be possible going forward to have that person come forward and provide regular updates to the board on status, given the critical nature of this effort?
So we have a person who helps to facilitate the middle school design team, but is not project managing the entire middle school process. That is myself as well as the executive team. So I can definitely invite her to come and share, although the things that I've been sharing throughout are basically the same thing that she would be sharing.
So you're the project manager?
She's responsible for facilitating and helping to lead the middle school design team itself. But of course, the whole middle school process involves facilities, HR, communication and engagement with families, and a whole host of other things. And you probably noticed on the Gantt chart that I shared with the board that each of those areas has a different lead someone who's responsible, and is the one that is then accountable to me as the superintendent.
Yeah, and the only reason I ask is because of my 25 years in project management and having worked in the implementation of a lot of projects, and that almost always you have an executive, a CEO, or somebody in an executive position who will hire a project manager for an effort like this. They don't normally have the bandwidth to run a project in addition to their other duties. So I'm just clarifying. So, but you're taking on that role, is that correct?
Like I said, there is one person that is driving the work of the middle school design team. The way things work in these processes may be a little bit different than what you're familiar with in your 25 years of experience in business. But we do have someone in each of those areas of the process that is the one that's responsible, and then all of them are accountable to me. But my role is as superintendent to be supporting all of those different areas. I would not really call myself the project manager.
So you have a project, but you don't have a project manager.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. I think we are going to be moving on. I just wanted to let everyone know we do have a long agenda today, and we're going to be going around twice. If you have the option, you will be able to comment twice on each of the items so that we can move the meeting along. And I will start off asking for comments from the student board members. So thank you so much, Superintendent Triplett. On to the next item, item 12.1, elementary Iready data report. And we do have, oh, nope, we don't. Do we have any online public comments on this one?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Wint. Oh, yep, sorry, I'm just, sometimes I press the button in the wrong direction and then my mic doesn't work. So yes, we are, this is a staff report we're bringing back to share with the board with regard to the Iready data that we've been utilizing to really inform instruction this year. So Ms. Pierce is going to share out. I think there's some really positive news with regard to progress of our students and teachers. And I believe we also have Ms. Gallagher here to share out some of, in particular, some of the successes at music as an example of how we're really using this data to inform decision making. Ms. Pierce?
Thank you. So our three priorities for professional development this year is assessment for learning, assessment for learning, social emotional learning, as well as rigorous instruction, standards-based instruction. So really, I'm not going to comment, we're not going to comment on the analyzation of this data today, but I am going to share it so that our community is aware and they can see the progress made. And then at the end, we're going to show you what we do with that data. So the intention here is to kind of provide some insight around what we do with this progress monitoring tool. If this works. Let me see, I can try the battery. No, it might be dead battery. Sorry, I'll fix it, but yeah, go ahead. All right, so what you see here is on the top, you'll see our winter scores as compared to the smaller fall scores. The fall can be considered baseline with the winter showing growth. What you see here is the crossed line is mid or above grade level. The blocked green line is the early on grade level. Again, this is for where they are now, where we're trying to get for the end of the year. Yellow is one grade level below, and so on. And again, I'm not going to comment too much, so Ms. Gutierrez, if you can kind of just pause at each one, and then we're going to keep moving. For this one, it does show sort of by domain. So it does break it down by phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary comprehension, and then comprehension specifically with informational text, which is a big focus area of our Common Core standards, deviating from literature. This is by grade. We did remove kindergarten. We often do not test our kindergartners with the first fall diagnostic. We let them get used to school a little bit, and we give them the second diagnostic, so we removed it just to avoid any confusion. In grades 3 through 6, Then by ethnicity and race, this gets broken down into two sections. They differentiate between Hispanic and Latino, and then other races as well. So you'll see Asian, Black, or African American, and then on the following slide, you'll see Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, 2 or more students that identify as 2 or more races, and then our white population as well. The next slides are some more subgroups. This is by status of English language learners. And the next slide shows our special education populations. The next is our mathematics. So what you just saw was reading. Now we're moving into mathematics. Again, the top is our winter scores, and it shows growth from fall. In this domain, it's broken down by number of operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, measurement and data, and geometry. Here you can see if we were looking district-wide where we would want to focus. Again, by grade level, I did remove kindergarten, so here you see 1st and 2nd grade, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Again, by ethnicity and race. Students who are learning English. And the final slide, students in our special education program. So some professional development opportunities here. Again, one of our major professional development priorities this year is really assessment for learning. So that is really thinking about how we use progress monitoring tools along the way, not just paying attention to summative sort of SBAC or CASP testing, but what are we looking at and what are we doing with that information? In October, we actually brought in Iready. We looked at some of our baseline data, set some instructional groups. Then in March, we looked at growth data. And the real work did not happen at a district level. The real work really happened with site leaders and teacher teams, where they were able to see the drill down data. Now, it would be inappropriate to share that here, obviously, but that's where the real work happens. It's when you can drill down and start to create instructional groups where you can differentiate by need and by strand of need. And again, that is not to track students, that's to figure out where, and different students can be put in different groups at different times. It's to figure out where the needs are and then focus the instruction towards those needs. So the real data really did happen in those teacher groups. I want to recognize that. Some of the posters that you see there are from some of our leadership, drilling down on the data from a leadership lens. The data reflection worksheet there is something that teachers worked on in small groups as they drilled down on data, not just at a district level or a school level, but really as an individual student level. And now I'd like to bring up Ms. Gallagher, who's going to share a little bit more about what that looks like. And again, we have to be careful here because we can't talk about individual students, that'd be inappropriate, but we just want to give you a sense for what we're doing with this data and why it's important.
Okay. Hi, everybody. How are you this evening? I'm going old school. I'm just pushing the button up here because I have a lot of stuff. So we knew well, first I should preface that music has used Iready for a long time, and we really embraced the instructional components of it to go along with the assessments. So we didn't start this year. We actually started in the spring of last year. We knew that we were going to be coming up against some extra hurdles this year. We had to address distance learning and the gaps that were kind of increased due to that. So we actually started with our spring 2021 data. And you can see, all right, so you can see it here. It looks kind of like our district data. Our growth areas were vocabulary comprehension of literacy and informational text, right? We saw that in the spring as an area that we were going to address in the fall. So this was our fall or spring data. When we came back, apparently I can't push a button either. This right here was our fall data. So we took the assessment the first week of school, right? And we wanted to see if it matched what we were seeing in the spring, right? We want our interventions to make sure they're actually where they need to be. And you can see that it looks pretty much just like the first graph that I went by so quickly, right? We still need to look at vocabulary and our comprehension of informational text as well as literature. All right. All right. So I didn't do this in isolation. In the spring when we met, we did this as a staff. We came to agreements that this is what we were going to do in the fall. And then before school started, I met with the instructional leadership team to go deeper into the data. So that our first 2 days of school, we had a plan. And our plan was that each teacher was going to be given support. We don't have an instructional teacher this year or an instructional intervention teacher. We put our money towards instructional aides. So every teacher has 40 minutes a day with 2 instructional aides to support them. They used their data to create instructional groups where they were going to do interventions and enrichments for the students in their class with lots of support. And I want to be really clear here, our goal was growth, not perfection. That was another agreement we came against, right? Came to as a group. We knew that if we demanded perfection, that puts a lot of stress. And it adds an extra barrier for some of our kiddos. We're like, we want to see you grow, and we're going to grow with you. So that was our goal. So here, our focus on goal, looking at the school data, there's a lot of data here. In the top right-hand corner, this is the most easy to digest information. So you can see here that from our beginning of the year to now, we've went from 20% of our school to 12% of our school being 2 or more grade levels behind. So we want to see those red areas decrease, and we did that through this intervention. We want to see our green areas increase, and you can see for our mid or above grade level work, we went from 17 to 27%. So we're growing where we need to be, and we are moving kids out of that area where they are more than 1 grade level behind. The part where it starts to get interesting is to the left where, it looks amazing, right? We are 104% above where we need to be, and it's like, ooh, high five to us. But it doesn't really make sense. So that data right there is our typical yearly growth. So what Iready does is it says, if you are a student in this grade level at this starting point, your typical peers are going to grow this much in a year. So that's your goal, to grow this much in a year. So when you look at it school-wide, we're doing that, right? But once again, it doesn't really make sense, so I'm going to break it down even further. So our second grade, I'm going to give them a little shout out. They did amazing when it came to growth. So we're looking at a chunk of their students. So keeping, that confidentiality, we took their names out. So you can see just a part of their class. This first column to the left, that is the typical growth that we want them to make. So for student A, for them to make a typical year's growth, they want to grow 22 points. Student A grew 30% or 30 points. So they're 136% of their typical year growth. That next column is a stretch growth. And this is what our aim is. Because remember, I said we want to grow. We're focusing on the growth. Stretch growth for Iready says that if you make this goal, you're going to catch up sooner. You're more likely to get on grade level. So for this particular student, student A, 27 points. Instead of going the typical 22, if they grow 27 points, they're going to move more quickly, obviously, but it's a doable, attainable goal. And so we want our students to get this stretch growth. This student got 111%, so 30 points, that's 111%. Now, notice it's only 5 points. This student, if you look even farther to the right, they started mid-second grade, right? We still want our high achievers to grow, right? It's growth, no matter where you're at. So right now, when they took this in March, they're performing late second grade. We have a whole nother trimester for this student to grow. So we expect great things from student A. Student B and student C, they've met their typical year growth, but they're starting at different places, right? So student B started at a kindergarten level, right? 411 points. They had to grow 44 points, right? Think about that in comparison to their grade level peer who grew 27 points. 44 points to make a typical year's growth. This student has made 59 points growth, right? They haven't made their stretch growth yet, but they are 73% to that goal. They've made 58-point growth out of the 81 they need, right? But already this student has gone from kinder to first grade, right? So remember, they're in second grade, so we're getting closer. Student C is kind of more typical, that 1 year growth. They're 1 year behind. So they have a 39-point goal for a typical year. They've made that. They're at 96% of their stretch growth, right? So they're going to hit that any day now. Let's go down to the bottom, right? Because that's the sunshine moments. We have to address the non-sunshine moments. So our teams are looking at this every time we do a bigger assessment, but also their instruction as we go, right? Because we have that intervention program, so we're constantly trying to support them wherever they're at. Now, when we look at this data, our eyes are going to where the star's at, right? Because our goal is growth. We want to know what's happening with star number 1. They're growing, but not as much as their peers. What is it we're doing for them? What is it we need to do for them? What do we need to change up for them? Same thing for star number 2. My biggest concern isn't necessarily my students who are at kinder level or maybe first grade level. My biggest concern for this group of students is the very last student on this list who is working at a mid-second grade level. This is a student in your class that they're not on your radar. They're where they're supposed to be. They're doing their assignments on time, the grades are passing, but look at their growth. They have 0% growth. That's not okay, right? So this is where our focus is. This is how we're using our data. We can go further. So now we're going to check in with those students, with the stars there. So now I'm jumping to 5th grade, to another student who grew. So once all those names that I blacked out, you can click on them and go further into that data to see where that growth happened. Here you can see our areas of support, our focus, vocabulary, comprehension, literature, and confirmation of informational text, right? You can see where our work is working. Comprehension of literature. They started at grade 3. When we took it in October, they were at grade 4. Diagnostic 3 in March, we're at grade 5. Yay, what we're doing is working. Let's keep going. Comprehension of informational text. Slower growth, but it's happening. Grade 4, early grade 5, right? Vocabulary. This is our area of concern right now. This is where we need to focus with this student. We've been working on these things all year, and they've stayed steady, right? So this is how we're using our Iready data to really hone in and offer the support to our students to keep that growth coming. And on top of this, as you know, music likes to party, and so when we do our celebrations, we just had our assemblies. We weren't celebrating like, well, yes, we did. We celebrate everything, honestly. But like we celebrated character traits and all those things. But what we made the biggest deal about was their growth. We had certificates for, did you make your typical growth? Did you make your stretch growth? How many instructional lessons did you take and pass this year, right? We want them to celebrate their growth and be proud of it wherever they're at. And that right there also is a way for us to use our data and to motivate them to continue that growth. So thank you for letting me share.
Can we just give her a quick round of applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
Like I said before, we can focus on the higher level data, but it's what we do with that data that matters. And this is the progress monitoring tools that we were talking about before. So I just want to thank her again for sharing that more drill down work, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Student board member, do you have any questions, comments?
I do not have any questions at the moment, but I am very happy to hear that not only are students growing, but that we are celebrating that with the students, which is the most important part, so they can recognize their own successes. So thank you for that.
Board member Zhang?
Just want to thank you for the hard work that you've been implementing this program and music for years. Thank you.
Member Marquez?
Yes, please. Thank you for the recognition. Ms. Gallagher, I wanted to congratulate you with the information that you provided for us, because it's great to see that at the groundwork level that everyone is involved when it comes to supporting the students, especially those that you mentioned oftentimes because they're just performing, right? And their focus is either the student that's really struggling versus the ones that we forget about, the silent, right? So thank you for that. My question is, parents, how do parents get involved, or how are parents brought into the loop when it comes to this information and data that's being used in the classroom?
So it's different for every site, and I also want to acknowledge, like, this, I got to spotlight my school, but all of the elementary schools, they're doing similar work, right? So I definitely want to acknowledge them and the hard work they're doing. So for us at our site, whenever we do a progress report or report card, we're also sending home Iready Reports to parents. For the most part, our ask from parents is have them approach it with a good attitude, celebrate their growth at home as well. We want this to be a stress-free kind of work for our students, but also for our parents. And so the thing with Iready and the instructional components is kids can burn out on it. You don't want to do it too much. So sometimes you get those overachieving parents who they want the best for their kids, right? So they're going to be like, we're going to do this extra. That's not good in this case. That would actually be detrimental to our students. So we really let them know, like, let us do this at school. We'll talk about it and the growth or any questions you have. But unless your student's absent, which is another way we've utilized this, especially with all of our needing to quarantine, this is an at-school project. So parents, you're one less thing off your plate to do at home.
Thank you.
No problem.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher, and yeah, I really appreciated the detailed explanation, and you know, and understanding how you're looking at individuals and you're looking at where they are, and then you're also talking about how there's where they are, there's some expected growth, and then you know you talk about, but sometimes they're behind, they need to make up more, and I like the fact that we saw, you know, ones that were overperforming, and then there were ones that needed additional support and assistance. My question for Ms. Pierce is, at the larger level in the slides that you were showing, it seemed like we were seeing, you know, kind of uniform, essentially, you know, growth and changes in the higher ends of the spectrum, and that just kind of surprised me a little bit. It just seemed kind of unusual because, especially after coming back from COVID and learning loss, that I would expect that there would be more sort of, you know, I guess congregation in the middle as people are adjusting, and I'm just curious why we're kind of seeing really growth primarily on the green end, but you know, but only declines, which implies movement in all the other ends. It just doesn't seem like that would be that consistent of a message. I'm just curious why.
Well, I can't speak to why district-wide, but what I can speak to is that is what you would expect to see, right? If you start at a fall baseline and you do a lot of work and you do a lot of reading and you jump back into the school environment, you would expect to see kids move. If you didn't see any move, or if you saw backwards movement, that would be incredibly concerning. So you do expect to see growth over time. It's a matter of, I think, what Principal Gallagher was saying. What we want to see is that stretch growth, right? Where especially, not necessarily maybe if they're on grade level, but especially if they're one grade below or 2 grades below, you want to push that stretch growth so that we can make that up before maybe they get to our secondary sites as much as possible.
Okay,
and we did expect to see that coming out of the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Grindell?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I found it very interesting and really appreciate being brought up to speed about what's going on in terms of the growth. Thank you.
Yes. I also echo all the other board members' comments, and thank you, Ms. Gallagher. And I do have one question. I just want to make sure that you guys are happy with Iready and the assessment tools that that the software is giving you guys.
I can only speak for my
Yes,
site.
that's correct.
But yes, like our site, we like this. We put a lot of effort into really understanding how it works, and we have faith in it. And we've seen alignment over the years to what their third benchmark is to their state assessments. So we've seen that. Like I said, that alignment tells us that what we're doing throughout the year is going to work at the end.
Great. Thank you so much. On to item 12.2. We do have a public comment. Ms. Brianna Aker. Impact of seal.
I was hoping you'd be after their presentation, but I go before school.
It's all positive. I can be your introduction. That's cool too. So again, I'm Brianna Aker. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Coyote Hills Elementary. I'm one of the teachers from the first cohort of SEAL. So 3 years ago, when we very first started, there's only a couple of us left due to switching and changing around and just all the things. I first and foremost just wanted to express how much that I love this program and how glad I am we're working with SEAL as a district. In the past 3 years, I've noticed a huge shift in the mindset of my students, especially my bilingual students. And using the SEAL strategies, my students are proud of their cultures and their families and absolutely love being able to share all of that with their peers in the classroom. I feel like now I'm able to teach my class in a way that's more age appropriate for them, while also addressing the continually rigorous academic standards that are in kindergarten now. For example, all the SEAL teachers that I've talked to have kind of said the same thing in saying that not only is this program extremely impactful for our English language students, but for all of our students in the classroom. To give you a snapshot, the kindergarten classes currently, they worked this year on learning not only what a meteorologist does, but practice giving their own weather reports and explaining to each other what they might need in extreme weather, because we have a lot of that in California. The complete academic process journals to not only explain their thinking to their teachers, but to their peers as well. And in first grade, students learned about light and sound in a tangible way for a 6 and 7-year-olds, which is amazing to me. And they are learning currently, they're doing an author study about how authors and illustrators use their books to share their family's memories around food, which is interesting. This spring, both kindergarten and first grade are exploring animals and plants through the lenses of wetlands in kindergarten and rainforests in the first grade. Students really enjoy being immersed in what we are learning, and it makes what we are learning feel really applicable to their lives. I just want to say I'm really glad that this is something that we're able to spotlight tonight, and it's a program that I feel is really important for us to continue to use, not only hopefully in our Title I schools, but across the district if we can expand it, because it's beneficial not only for all of our English language learners, but again, for every single student to have this accessibility in their classroom. So with that, you can learn about what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Akers. I think tonight is the only one night I would make the exception for you to go past the 3-minute mark. No, you didn't though, but I would have loved it. Thank you so much.
Well, I think it needs no introduction after that. I'll turn it over. Oh, but Ms. Pierce does have one, but I don't. I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce. Thank you.
I am excited to bring up our SEAL team that is going to present. I do want to just note, we just showed the Iready data. There are still gaps there, and we want to recognize that. I think one of the things you just heard, though, is when we bring in groups like SEAL, you can still achieve rigor while still creating culturally relevant instruction. So things like bringing your family into it, SEAL strategies, they keep the rigor up, and we still achieve that equity lens that we're attempting to achieve when we look at that data and still see gaps that we want to grow in. So I just wanted to state that, and that being said, come on up, and they're going to share the great work that's happened in the last 3 years.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all again. Thank you for the time, Superintendent, Executive Cabinet, and all the community members in attendance. I'm going to be presenting tonight about the SEAL program, and so I just want to make sure we understand the acronym. We're famous for having a lot of acronyms in education, so it stands for Sobrato Early Academic Literacy, and the Sobrato piece actually just refers to the organization that funded this program as it was being developed in its initial years. Sobrato organization now actually has nothing to do with the SEAL program, ironically. So I'm extremely proud to be presenting tonight with Kim Nickerson. Kim is a 25-year experienced Newark Unified School District employee, and a day does not go by where I am not extremely grateful to work with you and extremely proud of what she's achieved. She's a fantastic person and an inspiring educator, so I just wanted to take a second. So tonight we're going to share about the following: the background and purpose of SEAL, the investment that we've made, and the implementation so far, the impact we've had on kids, and some examples of what it looks like in classrooms. So no decision's going to be made tonight by the board. However, it might be something that we'd like to see in our LCAP moving forward, and that's our hope. So. Okay, so next slide, please. Just want to highlight that there's a lot of connections between the SEAL organizational mission and the NUSD mission. So the SEAL organizational mission it's a research-based model is designed to provide high-quality education for all English learners in elementary school and to prevent the development of long-term English learners. Those are English learners that continue to be unreclassified over past 6 years. Our mission is the Newark Unified School District will inspire and educate all students to achieve their full potential and be responsible, respectful, and productive. Just want to highlight, I just appreciate the quality of education as a vehicle for excellence for our students, and that we both understand the potential of our students and the importance of that development and creating a positive future for them. The research base on the next slide for SEAL is really rooted at the intersection of that, what Ms. Pierce was talking about with research and educational equity. It was developed by Lori Olson, who's also one of the lead authors in the California ELD framework. And the organization has been instrumental in statewide policy, including the English Learner Roadmap. And the SEAL model has been successfully implemented in 67 schools in 12 districts. So it's got a lot of information and data behind it. So what have we done in SEAL so far on the next slide? So our investment in SEAL, and this is similar to what Ms. Aker said, we had 3 schools focusing on our use of Title I funds for those schools, so Coyote Hills, Music, and Schilling. We started in 2019, and TK1 grades in that first cohort. That cohort includes specialists, and I would like to highlight that you see teachers without masks in a little bit of a novelty. Cohort 2 was focused on 2nd and 3rd grade, and these are the pictures of that initial training. Next slide. So the total contract cost for the SEAL organization was $250,000 over 3 years. We also had costs of professional learning. So we've had 2 dedicated NUSD coaches and release days that we'd had to purchase and in some cases pay for sub-coverage. And then there was the additional cost of materials, which was about $1,000 per teacher. But I think what's very exciting is what has come of that. So we got a good tee up for Iready data. So what you'll see on the left chart is non-SEAL schools. So this is again just where we had comparative data K through 3rd grade. So in what we see in the non-SEAL schools is I want to point out that you're noticing 50% at or above grade level, over 50%, and 10% at risk at the bottom. Those would be the students we saw in the red category. So in non-SEAL schools, we saw 13% growth, 10% growth into the middle band, and 3% out of the red band. In SEAL schools, we have, I want to point out, 30% are at grade level, 40% are in the middle band, and 30% are at risk. So if you can kind of visualize, that's significantly more students who are multiple years below grade level. In these schools, we had 12% growth into the at grade level, 1% out of the middle, and 10% out of the multiple years below, which is 3 times the amount that we had in our non-SEAL schools. So pretty remarkable, especially given that those students make up a significantly larger portion of the classes in which they are. So I want to now pass it over to Kim, who's going to talk about the professional learning that we've engaged in to reach those results.
Hello, and before we start, my partner coach, Michaela Ashmore Holback, could not be here tonight because she had a baby today. So I'll be doing this by myself. But so we began our SEAL journey in fall 2019 with a 2-day launch in August, followed by 2 2-day module trainings and unit development days. And we were gaining momentum, and then suddenly we had to shift in response to the pandemic. and moved to supporting our teachers with tools so they could provide learning virtually. This, as you know, was a truly strenuous time, but our Newark SEAL team kept the focus on three things: adapting the strategies that we had already learned for the virtual classroom, continuing our professional learning with SEAL through webinars, and keeping our teachers focused on meeting the needs of our ELs in a time when it was extremely challenging to provide those supports. I'll say more about how we did that in the next slide. We were able to reconvene for in-person professional learning this winter and have since been able to complete another 2 module trainings and unit development days, with 28 of our 33 teachers being trained. Next slide. So here's more of our story of how we kept the focus on ELs during our year distance learning. We used a tool from SEAL called the Depth of Implementation, or DOI. This tool is quite comprehensive. However, with the input of our principals, we chose one indicator to focus on: oral academic language, and modified it for the virtual space. The DOI rubric descriptors helped teachers calibrate their use of high-leverage instructional practices, set goals for themselves, and begin to use or deepen their use of these strategies. As coaches, it also helped us try to coach in a virtual space and give our reflective conversations something to focus us and ground us in. After engaging with the DOI rubric, we saw that teachers not only tried things that they had not yet been doing, but dramatically increased student talk time in their virtual classrooms. Next slide. Now you get to start seeing great pictures of kids again. So as we came back in August, most of our teachers had yet to complete any in-person SEAL training, so they needed assistance. SEAL provided us units to meet the needs of students coming back from distance learning, centering around social emotional learning and creating caring classroom communities. As coaches, we modeled strategies for teachers in their own classrooms to show them what these strategies look like. And most jumped right in and implemented the unit with us, as seen in these photos. So on the left, teachers are presenting their own different identities in a drawn label in Spanish and English. On the right, one teacher is explicitly teaching complex vocabulary, and the other is doing an interactive read aloud about allyship. Now, the teachers didn't want that momentum and excitement that they had built up with their students to fade away after that first unit. And since the vast majority of our teachers would still have to wait till January to get their first real SEAL training, Michaela and I created mini units with SEAL's help to give teachers resources to use. So here you see me doing chants with kids in first grade. That's the top left. And below is actually in Brianna Akers' class, is a dramatic play area in a community worker unit where 2 kinders are taking on the role of a veterinarian and a patient. The veterinarian, sitting on that stool, is asking the patient, "Do you have any symptoms?" Dramatic play provides an opportunity for students to utilize new vocabulary and concepts in a low-affect environment. So in these next 3 slides, I will highlight some of the major practices that we've been implementing in our classrooms and the reasons why these practices are so impactful for our students. One more. There we go. Yeah. So starting on the left is a T-graph for social skills. Teachers use this T-graph to articulate and reinforce the types of collaborative behaviors they want to elicit in their students. Next to the T-graph are students turning and sharing with their partner in a think, pair, share. This provides an opportunity to process information and engage in academic discourse. And on the right, You actually see 4 strategies happening simultaneously in a kindergarten classroom. One is a weather station dramatic play, which Brianna shared as well, where one child is the cameraman and the other is the meteorologist giving the day's weather report. And on the right is an example of collaborative tasks. These tasks give children further practice with the vocabulary and concepts, while also requiring collaborative skills. And this allows the teacher to conduct small designated ELD groups. However, that's not pictured. Next slide. The picture on the left includes multiple SEAL strategies as well. However, I will be only highlighting one, the language function wall. You can see this unit is about the language of description. Because the language function is so essential to participation and to comprehension, especially for English learners, for whom structures of how English works are not familiar, a language function wall makes the language function visible. Because it is built with the students, it's a vital resource throughout the entirety of the unit. And on the right, you see identity projects and art integration. Here I want to highlight one student's work. The child wrote, "I help my mom speak to someone if someone don't understand my mom." The pride of bilingualism as part of this child's identity is clearly evident. And on the left, you have a lot of stuff going on too. However, Bridging School to Family projects are intentionally created as opportunities for families to share their cultural wealth and knowledge with their children and utilize this information to make the curriculum both engaging and relevant to students' lives. Families are highly encouraged to do these projects in their home language with their children. And when children share these projects with their peers, they're sharing their identities and bringing their home experiences into the classroom to be celebrated. And I have a final story that just happened, so it didn't make it into the presentation, but I know it makes me tear up every time. So Audrey Trotter, who teaches RSP and is a SEAL teacher, came to me to share, she had to share her experience with a new strategy we just learned in March, the literature study. SEAL's literature study is different than others in that there's a purposeful choice of texts which reflects the languages and cultures represented in this class. She told me that after only 2 days, kids that hadn't really spoke all year long were leading the conversations. They were now the experts in the room. Their faces were beaming as they made connections with the texts. One student who hasn't written more than 1 or 2 words all year in her room has written an entire page on mole. That's the power of choosing texts that mirror our children's lives, and that's the power of SEAL. But I can't forget the last part, which is me. But last but not least are the critical elements of teacher professional development and collaboration. The major difference between SEAL and other models is the continuous learning cycles teachers go through, from module trainings to unit development days, and most importantly, the crucial role a coach plays in a teacher's professional development by providing frequent feedback on their instruction and engaging in ongoing reflective conversations about their practice. Pass it back to Abby.
I'm going to gather myself a little bit. So we just want to say that the LCAP Parent Advisory and the DLAC are very interested in expanding SEAL. They specifically mentioned it in our feedback conversation so far. So just wanted to share that we're considering a couple of options. One would be to expand SEAL to 4th and 5th grades in the schools where we currently have SEAL, which would basically impact 10 teachers total. Or we could expand SEAL to all K-3 classrooms in all of our schools that are not currently SEAL schools, which would impact 38 teachers at BGP, Kennedy, Lincoln, and BGI, but third grade only at BGI. So just wanted to highlight that the cost for the SEAL contract remains the same regardless of the numbers of teachers that we serve. The other impact would be, cost of release time, et cetera, but it's all something we're considering and wanted to offer this information to you as we're thinking about those things now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kearns and Ms. Nickerson. Any comments or questions? Student board member?
I would just like to say how amazing it is that we're doing biliteracy and we're acknowledging and recognizing and being proud of it. That is so huge, and I know how much it means to students because I was once a student there too. So I truly appreciate it.
Member Zhang?
Hey, thank you for the work. One comment on slide number 6 on that data. So the question I have is this talking about the SEAL school within NUSD, or this is some data from statewide or something?
Oh, that's data just schools in NUSD. So we took the Coyote Hills, Music, and Schilling schools that are doing SEAL, or classrooms that are doing SEAL, and we pulled that data from Iready.
And I guess the non-SEAL school are BGP, I guess it's not BGP, it's BGI, Kennedy, and Lincoln, right?
Yes, and BGP, yes.
Yeah, I mean, based on this slide, it feels like the SEAL and non-SEAL school are actually doing something similar. I mean, when it comes to growth, it's not very. I mean, if I don't look at a non-SEAL school, I see the improvement on the SEAL school. But when comparing to the non-SEAL school, seems to be they're performing relatively similar.
So if you look at what you need to see is where they're starting and where they end up. So again, kind of like what Ms. Gallagher, you want to look at growth. So if you look at the schools that are in SEAL and you look at the other schools, they're starting from very different places. And so if you look at where they're starting, then you actually do see pretty significant growth, specifically in those lower tiers moving up. So again, we kind of talked about SEAL strategies benefiting all, but really being differentiated for students in need. This would be an example of where all of our students are benefiting, right? But it does have a specific target.
Well, I guess the other interpretation is if you start at a pretty high level and you grow 13%, that's probably more impressive than if you start at 30%, grow 12%, right? And on the non-SEAL school, if you go from 10% drop to 7% and drop 3%, that's still pretty good because you can't drop below 0, right? And when you are at 30% at risk, drop to 20%, that's sort of expected, right? Because you start at a pretty high level and you drop. Well, I guess the other way to look at that is maybe the absolute percentage is not really the relative percentage. It's the fact that going from 42%, like if I just look at the first row SEAL school, the 30% at or above and 42% at or above, I guess, even though you measure 12%, that 12% based on the percent or 30% is probably relatively bigger than the 13% based on the 54%. I think if I look at that way, then I can see SEAL school benefit a lot from the program. I guess maybe the data that's presented here is a little bit misleading.
I appreciate that. I not intended to be misleading. I was trying to maybe in my simplification.
Yeah, because if I look at the 12% based on the 30%, that's a lot of growth. That's more than 30% growth rather than that number 12% growth, right?
I think I understand what you're saying, Member Jean. I think the emphasis here is in, from an equity standpoint, closing the gap. And so when we look at the most significant change being those students at risk, that's what we're really excited about because it means that we're closing the gap. We're not there yet, but that we're closing that gap.
And may I add, and that we are also moving at a similar rate students into the at grade level band. So it's not sort of attending to the students below grade level, we're sort of at the deficit of students who are entering into being at grade level.
That's great. Member Marquez?
Thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to refer back to slide number 8. The tool that was mentioned with the depth of implementation rubric, It would be great if maybe we could see that, what the actual rubric looks like in the future, or emailed to. I would love to see that.
Okay.
And then secondly, I found very powerful the fact that you showed that principals, as far as takeaways, that principals and the district administrators are also being the curriculum leaders, right, to show that additional support, because, right, it starts at the top. So I applaud you for that. So thank you.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Kearns and Ms. Nickerson, and yeah, great presentation, and I really like the fact that not only did you give an overview, but you brought practitioners in and to really give us insight into what's going on, and so that speaks a lot. And the fact that that you also had allies, come in, maybe, coincidentally or not, but it doesn't matter because at least they're benefiting from the program. And so that, I think, gives, at least me, I like a sense of comfort and support to say that this is a program that is important and that people are feeling is getting progress or is getting results. The only suggestion that I would have, because it sounds like you're laying out options and you're bringing this back for continued funding. I'm what I'm hearing, I'm supportive, but along the lines of Member Zhang, I think that with any program we need to have metrics and we need to have goals. And the challenge is that, right, I think that a lot of times people think if you have a goal and then you don't meet it, then that means you're a failure, and I don't feel that way. It just means that you have a target, and then if you're not achieving it, then you figure out, well, what's going wrong, and you fix it, right? And so I think it would be really helpful to be able to see that when you come back with your proposal.
If I could add, can I add? I think we're excited that we have data. And I think that we're also excited that we have enough PD to actually validate the data. So yes, agreed.
Thank you. Member Grandel?
Thank you for this amazing presentation. This is such an exciting program. In fact, I'd want to go back to our previous Iready information. The English language learners were the most challenged, but they also had massive growth, and it might have been this program that was behind it. The other question I have is when it comes to the choice that's being made, why can't we have both?
That's true.
I mean, the program just seems amazing.
Option 3.
No,
We're going to need some more substitutes in our district. And coaches.
That's all.
Thank you again for all your amazing work, and I think it's just so exciting that there's so much collaboration, and our teachers are all excited about the program and feeling super invested in it, and also to see the excitement of the students while they're progressing, and for them to build on that. I was very emotional when you guys were presenting, so I think it's wonderful. So well done. Thank you. Okay, on to item 12.3, update on HVAC replacement project, phase 2. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So as the board will recall, we have been embarking on a major overhaul of our HVAC systems, and part of phase 1, we're nearing completion of phase 1, which is 276 units across the district. And we are, we've been planning for phase 2, which is a smaller number of units, only 45 units, but it's phase 2 because they have required significantly more approvals through DSA. They're much more larger units that have a greater impact on the roofs and some of the facilities. We did want to share with the board that sort of an update on where we are with phase 2, and there's good news and bad news. The good being that it's remarkable that during the pandemic and during the supply chain challenges that we were able to get all the equipment for the phase 1 units. The bad news is that we have finally run up against the supply chain. And so phase 2, we'll share more about it right now, but in phase 2, it is looking like that there's supply chain issues that are probably going to delay the construction of the second phase. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, and then I believe we have our two distinguished partner guests here as well.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, we've had some recent developments regarding the HVAC replacement project Phase 2 that we would like to share with the board this evening. Mr. Ralph Caputo and Ms. Maria Denny, they're here from RGMK to provide that update regarding the equipment order, some pricing changes, estimated delivery, and with regard to the construction bid schedule. Mr. Caputo, I'll hand it over to you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide an update. I want to start first by just a quick overview of the Phase 1. As Dr. Triplett had mentioned, Phase 1 is on its final stages. We have just the junior high school left. We've received 35 units, but we still have 25 that are on back order. And it doesn't look like those will come till middle or end of this month. We'll miss the spring break window, but those will probably be here in time to install over the summer. We are working with the contractor right now. These units, when they make them, they don't do them building by building. They come in batches. So typically they wait till they can get all of them or at least one entire building so that they have efficiency with their cranes or helicopters, however they do it. But the contractor is looking at maybe trying to utilize the spring break at no cost to the district. We're working on that negotiation right now, or we'll have these aligned and ready to install in the summer. In the meantime, these existing units with the maintenance and repairs that were done over the summer are performing, so we're not at a critical state. But otherwise, we would have been reporting tonight, anticipated reporting tonight that Phase 1 is entirely complete, but we still have the junior high school holding out. As Ms. Dela Cruz mentioned, we were advised by the equipment manufacturer that the lead times have just gone spiral over the last month or so. Some of the first orders that we placed, we were looking at 12 weeks. Some of them got extended a little bit. Second round, we were trending about 15 to 18 weeks. We were advised the other day that these units could take as long as 32 weeks from when we placed the order later this week. So obviously that preempts us from being able to get these done this summer as anticipated. The good side of that is having consulted with the mechanical engineer and the commissioning agent has indicated that the repairs, testing and balancing that was performed this past summer to all the existing units to help them sustain until we can replace them. He feels that on these particular units, that the work that had been accomplished by M&O department over the summer, that these should sustain until next summer if it goes that long before we can install them. The mechanical engineer had also indicated that, many of these units are secondary units, I guess I'll explain, during cafeterias, libraries, where in recent years, under previous contracts, the district replaced units that serve these areas. So these units are necessary, but we still meet COVID requirements should we receive other surges with the existing units. So they're not as critical. In addition, many of these units are a lot more invasive. They require structural work both on the roof and work that needs to be accomplished from underneath. So we need to take over these classrooms, remove ceilings, work both on the roof and on the other side. So commandeering these in short windows like we've had to do with the Phase 1 projects aren't conducive to do over long weekends or short breaks. Deferring the installations till spring breaks, winter breaks, or next summer really allows us to install these without having to incur the exorbitant overtime rates and double time rates that we've had to with the phase one, because we had to do those more under an emergency basis. Our recommendations that we've passed along from the mechanical engineers is that we should continue to procure these equipments, have them ready in case there's failures. But it may not be necessary to incur significant overtime costs as long as we can maintain the existing units and pick our times to install them as they come available. We expect to be out of DSA in a couple of weeks. We were already teed up to complete the documents and put this out to bid. I think we'll be more strategic in how we bid this. We would be at kind of a higher bid climate now than if we bid this later in the fall. And so we still have some moving parts, but just wanted to update you on how the installation of phase two is. Also under phase two, we have added 4 units at the junior high school in building J. These were units that were discovered during the assessment. They were never on any previous assessments or plans that we've been able to find, but the engineers trying to figure out how these rooms in G7 were serviced recognized that they are up in the attic areas. These are not as critical from a COVID standpoint, but these were not installed, I don't know how to say it delicately, as professionally as we would like. So the engineers, since they had all the data, they submitted it to DSA. So we have DSA approval, and we don't have to pay extra or wait to do it under another. They did it on their own under their current contract. But the recommendation is to go ahead and procure those as well and have them ready. It is evident over the last couple of conversations we've had with the district that while these rooms that they serve aren't utilized that much right now, they do have plans to start utilizing them for small offices, small group counseling and such like that. Again, most of these units are in libraries, gyms. They do serve some classrooms at the high school. In your board report, we have more detail on that. I know you have a heavy board meeting. I can review it or at this point respond to any questions. The other thing I think that I wanted to mention is that the equipment is costing more than was anticipated. In talking to the manufacturer, they've been taking anywhere from 6 to 8% price increases every quarter since, well, not immediately when COVID started, but as the chain supply issues more than a year ago. In January, they took a 14% increase, and they anticipate the increase that they'll impose on April 14th will be somewhere around 8%. So we are working with the district to procure the balance of these units, and we'll be more strategic on the installation and try and not add compounding effect of having to do all of these under overtime and double time conditions or moving classrooms out for 2-3 weeks at a time. Any questions?
Any questions or comments? No? Member Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Caputo. Yeah, just one question. Since we knew, the total number of units that, ultimately we were going to deploy, why didn't we order them all at once? And that doesn't mean that we take delivery, but that we order them all at once and we basically have a negotiated price rather than ordering them in phases and now start to suffer price increases.
We didn't have that information available till it was engineered, and we saw that we weren't going to get any real pushback. We've had a number of meetings with DSA, and over the last several weeks before the quotes were requested, there were still issues with what DSA wanted on particular units. There were a lot of back and forth between the manufacturers and DSA, and so we would have been buying units. I can't tell you whether it's 1 or 20 that may not have been the ones that we ultimately landed on. And it may not be the units, but parts and pieces of them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Thank you, Mr. Caputo. On to our next item, student expulsion 13.1. May I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the expulsion stipulation.
May I get a second? Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grandel. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grandel?
Yes.
Myself, yes as well. Thank you. Okay, on to public hearings, item 14.1. Are there any online public comments? Thank you. Public hearing on COVID safety plan. Oh, yeah. I opened the hearing on public hearing on the COVID safety plan. No comments? No comments? Okay, I close public hearing on COVID safety plan. Open hearing on item 14.2 on joint initial proposal for reopeners between California School Employees Association and the Newark Unified School District. No comment? I close the public hearing on item 14.2 and open public comment on item 14.3 on developer fees and Ms. Parks, please come on up. Please bear with me.
Yada, 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 right? Good evening. As you stated in your annual Developer Fee Fund 25 resolution in December, the purpose of these fees is to finance the construction or reconstruction of school facilities necessary to reduce overcrowding caused by the development on which the fees were levied. While I am sure you will approve this biannual increase, I think it's important to take note of the enrollment information garnered to support this increase. Before you this evening is the developer fee justification study from SchoolWorks. And what was before you on November 18, 2021 was a demographic study, also drafted by SchoolWorks. These two reports, 4 months apart from the same vendor but for varying purposes, provide a different enrollment outlook. In the developer fee justification study of 2016, 2018, and 2020, SchoolWorks projected 0.511 students increase per dwelling unit. This year, it's dropped to 0.4036, which isn't enough as far as I'm concerned. But the justification study, the 2016 justification study, projected in 5 years the enrollment to increase would increase to 65-25. So in 2016, they projected in 5 years it would be at 26-25. Yet we know, even with all of the building that's taken place, per the report, approximately 1,200 units in 4 years, the current enrollment is under 5,100. The demographic study you received in November 2021 provides enrollment projections out to 27-28 school year, with projected district enrollment numbers of 5,026. However, the justification study, new residential development projections, indicate another 1,290 units being built in the next 5 years. And the developer impact analysis shows enrollment projections of 5,593. Again, I realize these reports are drafted for different purposes, but a 550 student difference? Let me condense that information. The 4-month-old demographic study projects enrollment in 5 years of 5,026, yet the justification project projects enrollment of 5,593. That's a 10% difference, a bit deceitful if you ask me. I felt I needed to highlight the discrepancies and restate the purpose of this fee is to finance the construction or reconstruction of school facilities necessary to reduce overcrowding caused by the development on which the fees were levied. And this district is declining in enrollment and is severely underused. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I close the public hearing on item 14.3. On to old business, item 15.1. Consult contracts for potential 2022 bond measure. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So earlier during our study session, we heard from a number of different partners with regard to specifics around bond. And we are bringing forth this agenda item, not to ask the board whether they support a bond, nor whether they think that we should float a bond, but rather to ask if the board wants to approve the embarking on a polling of the community. So this is really about getting a read from the community on how they are, what their inclination is, what their level of support for different projects and for different initiatives of the district is. So I believe we have Ms. Dela Cruz is going to speak on this, but I think we also have Mr. Boehm who is available to also speak on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, at the last board meeting, I had indicated that we would be bringing back only the polling consultant contract. However, after a follow-up meeting with our bond planning team, it was recommended that we present all contracts at this meeting due to the short timeline and the board meeting dates that were available. The polling consultant also needs the assistance of our other consultants in order to get the survey out. Our goal is to have it out by the week of April 18th. And as noted earlier, these contracts are based on a not-to-exceed amount, except for the polling one. The consultants will only bill as services are rendered. So if at some point between now and August, the board decides not to proceed with placing the bond measure on the November ballot, the total cost would be less than the $136,000 that's estimated.
So,
Any questions?
do we have an idea if we don't pull the trigger in in August, what will be the actual cost? Obviously, the $34,000 will be spent. If we decide not to pull the trigger in August and approve this amount today, do we have an estimate about how much we're really going to spend? Because this approval is up to that amount, right? It doesn't mean we're going to spend all of them. If we decide not to pull the trigger come August, how much are we going to spend on this?
Yeah, so for sure, the survey, if we're going to do the survey, that's the $34,000. And then with the props and measures, they bill on a monthly basis. So if, let's say, in a couple of months, you decide you don't want to keep moving forward, then that would be about, $12,000 from that consultant. And then my understanding with KNN, Mr. Beam, if this doesn't go through the whole way, they may not bill us anything. Mr. Beam, that's my understanding. So there would, because it's a $10,000 flat fee, and for DWK would be based on their hourly.
Yeah, if I may add, I think that's a great description, Ms. De La Cruz. The item tonight really is to have the board consider bringing on a team that would mobilize the district to actually move forward. And so the first step would be the voter survey poll, which would be presented back. If the information that is presented back from the poll suggests that November 22 is not the time, work from the entire team would stop. And so the sunk costs would be that of the survey, as Ms. De La Cruz just outlined, probably 1 or maybe 2 months from the communication strategy firm, TBWBH, or Props and Measures. KNN would, we've done quite a bit of analytical work up front just to kind of get us information that we can actually include within the survey. that's not something that I would necessarily hold the district to. I mean, we could reevaluate at a later time if November 22 didn't make sense. So that's where we would, and I think feel a little uncomfortable speaking on behalf of DWK, but just having spoke with attorneys there, I think they would be in the same boat. I think that really this is to allow the board to get information on the voter survey and really decide if November 22 is the time and be mobilized in order to carry forward in very short order to make sure that we can get something to the board prior to the August deadline.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments, student board member? Member Zhang?
So is Gabi Research here today?
They were earlier during the
Oh,
study
I guess.
session.
Just one small suggestion compared to last time they polled our district. Obviously, I understand local election is very hard to poll, but small suggestion, hopefully they can reweight their samples once they poll, because I hope last time what happened is their polling result doesn't really reweight the samples very well. So that's my suggestion.
Okay. Member Marquez? Member Hill?
Thank you. So I just would like to remind the board that last year, when we were finalizing the superintendent goals and the basically district goals and priorities, this was on December 14th, a special meeting. We were about an hour into the meeting. We were talking about the final objective, right, which is a facilities improvement plan. And the description of that objective was create a 3 to 5 year plan for ongoing facilities improvement, including deferred maintenance and bond feasibility. And we said that the measurable outcome was going to be engagements. That's what we ultimately decided. But during that meeting, I asked a question. I said, I thought we already had a facilities plan. And Superintendent Triplett's response, and I'm quoting here from the meeting, there was a facilities master plan done before my time. The challenge with that facilities master plan is it's a pie in the sky, everything under the sun plan. What this goal is proposing is that instead of this massive laundry list without prioritization, what we desperately need to do is to start prioritizing and creating a timeline when things will get done and how much they will cost, and to determine based on deferred maintenance, on a deferred maintenance plan and facilities plan, whether it is feasible or advisable to go for a bond. This culling down of the facilities master plan to get some concrete things we can do this year, next year, and for the next 5 years. And then Member Grindell had talked about, is it just deferred maintenance, or are we also talking about Area 3? And at that point, the facilitator stepped in because we had the facilitator, and he asked, well, what exactly is the time crunch? And Superintendent Triplett responded. He says, in the next 6 months, to determine whether it's feasible to go for a bond, and does it make sense for 2022, 2024, or no sense at all? And then again, Member Grindell had offered to say that, we need to be including the sanctuary school as a part of, of this potential plan. And so there was discussion around that. And then Superintendent Triplett indicated, yes, okay, we're going to do that, and we've got a team, and we're ready to go. And Member Grindell basically said, so you're asking Superintendent Triplett, you are envisioning board and public involvement in this because we want to be transparent, making sure the public has a chance to weigh in on which of the projects we prioritize. And it's not just what our experts think, but what the community thinks. And Superintendent Triplett nodded his head. So that was the commitment that we made last year in December. But what has now been presented to us is basically the laundry list from 3 years ago that was created prior to the pandemic. And there has been no prioritization. And basically it is still, pie in the sky, everything under the sun, and we have had no engagement with our community on this. And per the presentation that we had this evening from the various consultants, we talked about a timeline. We said that we're going to have to basically make a decision about what amount of money we're committing to in terms of a bond by, I believe it's June 12th. So that's 2 months from now. And somehow we've moved from having robust community engagement to now outsourcing consultants to go do a sampling. It's a 400-person survey to somehow get a representative idea of what the projects are and what amount we should be going out for a bond. And this is in contrast to the original master planning effort, where when that original plan was put together, there were 62 district-wide workshops. There were 90 elementary school stakeholders. There were 29 junior high school stakeholders. There were 55 high school stakeholders. There were 174 total stakeholders that participated in this over a number of months. We are now rushing this process and trying to slam this in and really not have a discussion, not properly consult stakeholders, and we're potentially going to be going out for, I think that the first tranche was $80 million potentially. And I think that we've got the cart before the horse, and I think that we really ought to basically stop, take a deep breath, and I think that we ought to do a replan and focus this on for 2024 because we're not ready for 2022.
Member Grandel?
Yes. So what's before us tonight is to look at doing a public opinion survey to find out what the community's sense is. And in fact, that survey can provide us input about what projects are their priorities. There is plenty of time to work with the master plan, or I forget the name of it, sorry.
The facilities master plan?
The 5-year facilities maintenance plan, and with the input from the survey and from public comment, refine that into a project list. So I don't think it's rushing at all. I do have some concern that we would be engaging, including a $10,000 flat fee for a project that we may not do. So I'm a little concerned about that. But I think doing the survey is going to be of benefit to our community. It's going to help the board to understand what the community wants. We're going to understand whether the community supports investing in our schools. Really, to not give the community an opportunity to weigh in on that would be a lost opportunity.
I would have to agree with Member Grandel, and also the stakeholders that you had mentioned, Member Hill, they were also part of that facility master's plan engagement. And so if we are using that information, then, I think it is, then we're following the part in collectively already having been assessed by the community to use some of the items or some of the I'm sorry, I'm lost for words right now, but some of the items that were pointed out for that needed addressing in terms of facilities. So, and I really do feel that I can honestly say that we personally did make a mistake, I feel, as a board, not going out in 2020, especially when there was, historic voter turnout, and that we could have possibly passed the bond then. But I do agree that we should give the community the opportunity to poll and decide whether or not, and put this on the ballot if we can, and have the voters vote, so that we do need so much work at all of our sites. I was at the high school last week on Thursday, just walking through. I mean, The amphitheater steps are eroding, they're falling apart. Inside the buildings, the tile roofs, there's missing tile roof. There's probably leaking water damage from a while ago. I mean, there's stuff that we definitely need to address. Our sports facilities, we haven't had a new track and field in over 30 years. It was new when I was there. I mean, when I graduated, which is in 93. So, well, see how old I'm getting because I can't even remember when I graduated. But my point being is that our school sites have, they've been here for a long time, since in the 1960s, and we're very overdue. And the last 2 times that we went out for a bond, it's been a long time. So I'm in favor of this, and I'm ready to make a motion for approval. Okay, go ahead.
So I think the important thing to understand is that this earlier study was a robust study, but it was done in 2019, and it was done at a time when the economy was going gangbusters, the stock market was going gangbusters, our inflation rate was at 2%, and so people were at a very different stage. Now we've gone through the pandemic, and we've had a lot of educational issues come up as a result of that. We are now suffering from incredible inflation, which is hitting everybody in their pocketbooks. We're suffering from, as we've just heard from Mr. Caputo, supply chain problems, gas price problems, et cetera. And so I think it's a very different environment, and I think that we're rushing in without a plan. And it's really no different from somebody going to a bank, and what we're essentially doing is we're going to the bank of the people, and we're saying, we want to essentially give you a loan, or for you to give us a loan and actually pay the interest, et cetera, but we can't tell you what the loan's for. We just have this amorphous idea that it's going to be something in this $588 million laundry list. And oh, by the way, you're not going to have any type of meetings where this discussion can happen and exchanges can go on and some type of prioritization process can take place. What's going to happen with this survey, and let's be clear about it, is you're going to have a proxy of 400 people within the community, because that's how the survey works, and you're going to ask them basically opinions, and for the most part, it's going to be yes or no answers. It's not a dialogue, and it's a discussion in isolation. Those voters are not talking with each other, and so we are driving down a path that's very irresponsible, and there's no need to rush it. We could actually go through a responsible community engagement process, get people engaged, go through a proper prioritization. But my last parting comment, and this is something that we should think about, so people who have studied great companies and what has made great companies, and then also how great companies have actually fallen and gone into demise. There's a gentleman by the name of Jim Collins. He's a very famous researcher over in Stanford, has written books that are bestsellers, and he wrote a book talking about how great companies, what he calls it is how the mighty fall.
I think we're diverging.
So, no, I have 10 minutes, ma'am, according to Robert's Rules of Orders.
No,
so, and I think, yes,
point of order.
No, ma'am, I'm not finished, okay?
Any other
and I will make it quick, all right? But again, let's follow Robert Rules of Order, okay? Certainly it is. I'm happy to bring it out if you'd like. What causes this to happen? Undisciplined pursuit of more, right? To be clear, the problem is not growth per se, but undisciplined pursuit of more. Discontinuous leaps into arenas for which you have no burning passion is undisciplined. Taking action inconsistent with your core values is undisciplined. Investing heavily in new arenas where you cannot attain distinctive capability better than your competitors is undisciplined. Launching headlong into activities that do not fit with your economic or resource engine is undisciplined. Addiction to scale is undisciplined. To neglect your core business while you leap after exciting new adventures is undisciplined. To use the organization primarily as a vehicle to increase your own personal success, more wealth, more fame, more power, at the expense of the long-term success is undisciplined. To compromise your values or lose sight of your core purpose in pursuit of growth and expansion is undisciplined. I respectfully request the board that we postpone this engagement and we do a restart.
Member Grindel?
Yes. To characterize this as a blank check is really, is very wrong. By law, we have to define what we would spend this money on. The resolution that would have to be adopted would have to have a detailed list of projects. We're going to have to work to get community input into that process, and we're going to review the survey very carefully in crafting it and in reviewing the outcome. We're going to do the work that we need to do. But I believe we should give the community an opportunity to, we need to assess what the community's sense of whether they want to invest in their schools. And if we have a sense that they're willing to, we have to give them the opportunity to do so. Where we don't impose this, the voters are going to be deciding what they want to do. But to characterize this as us asking for a blank check is just patently false.
That is correct. I would definitely agree with Member Grindel. Earlier in the study session, it was mentioned by our legal team that we do have to specify exactly what it is that we need to identify and in a resolution. And so for Member Hill to say that is really irresponsible. So I make a motion to approve item, a student board member?
I was wondering how the poll is being done. Is it a yes or no question? Or
I'm sorry?
How will the poll be done? Is it a yes or no question? Or how is it done?
The survey, I mean,
Yeah, the
Mr.
survey
Beam,
is
you can-
comprised of a variety of questions. They're not necessarily yes or no. It asks, it will ask no prompting questions. Are you unlikely to vote in favor of this? Very unlikely. And then other questions they'll ask, are you likely or would you support, as it's presenting different project priorities, different project elements and themes, and different questions that are asked.
Will it be sent out to everyone, or who is the targeted audience?
The effort to collect data on a sample size that's representative of the voter population as a whole. So they'll sort through the voter database and reach out in order to arrive at a sample size that again is representative of the community.
Actually, I want to add, so last time when they did a survey, they actually called every single registered voter. It's just these days, if you get a cell phone, generally you don't respond to some of that, but they did call every single person on the registered voter file, so.
Not in the last survey.
Yes.
500 people.
No, that is not true. I mean, I asked the person in that meeting, I particularly asked the person, I said, I understand, my question was very fast, I understand local election is hard to reweight a sample. How do you write a sample? He said, because it's a local election, I called every single person. But obviously not everyone responded, so that, I remember that one. But I just have one last question on the, before we made the motion. So, Ms. Deborah, are you saying the public finance and DWK money can be waived if we decide not to pull the trigger in August?
no, not the DWK, but the KNN flat fee?
Yeah, if post-voter survey, if the board decides not to move forward, you will not receive an invoice from KNN Public Finance.
Thank you. Okay, I move to approve item 15.1. May I get a second, please?
I second the motion.
How do you vote, student member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I myself is a yes. So we have 5 ayes and 1 no. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Beam.
And on to items, new business, item 16.1, audit committee member appointment. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. And just for for a student board member, because I know you weren't here earlier, I don't think you heard that we pulled item 15.2. That's why we're skipping over it.
What was the reason to be pulled?
We just pulled it. There wasn't any reason.
All right. Will there be a special meeting for it?
No, but it will be an item that we will be bringing back.
All right, thank you.
So item 16.1, audit committee member appointments. Ms. Delacruz, and then Chairperson Hill.
The audit committee had an opening for a non-voting member, and at the last audit committee meeting, the committee interviewed and spoke with one applicant, and they're making a recommendation to appoint Stephen Young as a non-voting member to the audit committee. And Mr. Hill, if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you, Ms. Delacruz. Yes, so we had this meeting last week. In attendance from a board perspective were Member Grindell and myself, and then the newly elected public member, Aaron Weitz, and we were interviewing for the one additional position, which is a public position, but it is a non-voting position. And as you mentioned, we had one candidate, and we had an opportunity to review their statement and their resume and to have a discussion with them. And in the end, we voted to recommend that the board appoint Mr. Stephen Young as the public non-voting member.
I move that we appoint Stephen Young as a non-voting member to the audit committee.
Second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grindell. How do you vote? Student board member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindell?
Yes.
Myself as a yes as well. 6 ayes.
Madam Chair, just a second. I just wanted to thank Mr. Young for volunteering to be a part of this organization and helping us to do this. So just wanted to not let that go without mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Grindell. Welcome aboard, Mr. Young. And on to item 16.2, resolution 2021.22.34, developer fee increases. May I get a motion to approve?
I just want to kind of make a comment first.
Oh, sure, yes.
The residential development we're limited by state law by how much we can charge. It doesn't come close to paying the cost of what it's going to take to repair and it is. I'll get closer. It doesn't come close to the cost of replacing and maintaining the schools. I'm in favor of charging developers the maximum allowed by the state. It's unfortunate that we can't get more from developers to really assess their impact, but we have to follow the state law. So with that, I would move approval.
Sorry, I overstepped and we didn't have staff review it, but I think this is our annual thing. So I second the motion. Make it, how do you vote?
I
sorry.
have a quick comment. So, interesting thing on this topic. So, years ago, I had this naive thinking about because of supply demand. If you don't raise the developer fee, housing price will drop or remain the same. And later, I realized that was not the case because every other surrounding district were raising their developer fees. Even if we don't raise that, the Newark home prices is continue going to go up. Then I realized, well, that we might very well just follow the suit of every other district.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Student Board Member Resendez-Ortiz, how do you vote?
I actually had a question what the fee was for.
Oh, sure, go ahead. You have a question on the item?
Yes.
Before the vote? Okay.
What is it necessarily going to?
Thank you. Ms. Delacruz, do you want to answer that?
The developer fees is what we assess, the fees that are paid by developers, for the ones that are building houses or shopping centers. They have to pay a certain fee to the district. And it's used for facilities improvements.
Facilities improvements to the district?
Yes.
To our schools, yes.
School site?
It's for our schools. It's
Thank you.
How do you vote, student board member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 6 yeses. Okay, on to item 16.3, resolution number 2021.22.35, Child Abuse Prevention Month. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you. I'm going to turn this one over to Ms. Ingham Waters.
So this is for the board to review and adopt this resolution. A presidential proclamation in 1983 declared April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Since then, April has been a time to acknowledge the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse. We are joining forces with other districts and cities to promote the well-being of all children by participating in the National Child Abuse Prevention Month during April 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. Is there any comments from the student board member?
I would like to say I truly appreciate that we're passing all these resolutions. However, I would like to see action done along with these resolutions coming forward in the next couple of years or months. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Comment.
Member Marquez?
Comment.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you. I echo the student board member. Let's include actions along with resolutions.
Thank you. Member Grindel?
No comments.
And
Just a question, are we going to read this?
yes, we're going to read this out. Student board member, would you like to start? Oh, sorry. Oh, we have to vote on it first. How do you vote, student board member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Oh, wait, we didn't take a motion. Sorry, I apologize. Okay, motion made by member Grindel, seconded by myself. How do you vote, student board member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
And myself as yes, 6 ayes. And student board member, would you like to start?
Would I start at whereas?
Yeah.
Whereas child safety is of the utmost importance and
Whereas child abuse and neglect is an important societal concern that may affect the long-term health and well-being of not only the children, but also the adults they become.
Whereas safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and community can break the cycle of abuse and maltreatment and
Whereas child abuse prevention requires a coordinated and comprehensive response by all systems supporting children, youth, and families, for example, schools, law enforcement, health systems, faith-based organizations, and community programs, and
Whereas everyone has a stake in ensuring that children have access to resources and supports they need to be safe, healthy, and successful, and
Whereas suspected child abuse or neglect must immediately be reported to appropriate law enforcement authorities, and
Therefore, we have identified child safety and family services to be a priority and hereby declare April as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
you want to finish it, Marie?
passed and adopted by the governing board of the Newark Unified School District the 7th day of April 2022 by the following vote.
6 ayes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. Okay. On to item 16.4, 5-year deferred maintenance plan. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Wen. So we wanted to make sure to bring this forth at the same time as this larger conversation we're having around facilities and the need for facilities maintenance and improvements. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, who is, I believe we also have some of our partners here to speak on this.
Oh, actually, right before the presentation, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
I second.
What else do we? I would like to revise my motion. I'd like to extend the meeting till 12 a.m. May I have a second?
I second.
Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
And myself is yes, and Bowen's absent right now. Oh, Member Zhang is absent right now. Okay. Ms. Dela Cruz?
Thank you, President Nguyen. In November 2019, ADIS Architects presented the District Facilities Master Plan, and that master plan included a deferred maintenance plan that was incorporated in what was called the Facility Condition Assessment Reports. So tonight, we are going to present the facilities maintenance plans, which includes priorities for deferred maintenance in the next 5 years, and also some capital improvements that we want to be considered for the next 5 years. The RGMK, our facilities project manager, will be supporting us this evening with the presentation. Mr. Caputo.
Thank you. There are actually 2 items in your board packet. One is a more longer portrait version of the facility deferred maintenance plan. And then we have the PowerPoint that is also in your package that I'll be reviewing tonight. We call this a deferred maintenance plan because it's a requirement of state funding. It could be on your checklist with your annual auditors as well. The state funding and your auditors require a board-approved maintenance plan. Many districts haven't been doing them in many years. There's been more of an uptick to ensure that districts have these in place, and it's been assigned to your auditors. When they come in, they do spot checks. They may or may not ask for it, but it's something that every district should look at and consider. We call it a deferred maintenance plan, but it also covers routine restricted maintenance and preventative maintenance as well, and as Ms. Dela Cruz indicated, some capital facilities. Primary reason it covers all these other venues, including capital improvements, is because the state years ago stopped funding deferred maintenance. Yet they require a plan. And so the purpose of the plan is intended to help the district better manage the inspection and prioritization of deferred and routine maintenance and plan for building and infrastructure repairs and system upgrades. Deferred maintenance programs have long been underfunded and can result in deteriorating conditions over time that often require more extensive repairs than if the district were able to provide sufficient funds to properly maintain their facilities. 2 quick examples is you have a parking lot that may be 3, 4, 5 years old, and under a deferred maintenance plan, you'll schedule to do a seal coat, crack fill in 3, 5, 7 years. That will keep that surface from deteriorating further. And if you're unable to provide those funds, as many districts experience, then in a much shorter time, you'll have to totally replace that parking lot. Similarly, with cool roofs and certain types of roof systems that require coatings every couple of years, 3 to 5 years, to keep the integrity of the underlying roof systems. If you're unable to do that work, schedule that work, do your routine inspections, then you could be replacing that roof much longer than if you were able to keep it maintained by cleaning drains and providing top coats on it. And we also want to point out that since the district has had previous bond programs, that even new and modernized facilities require maintenance. When districts do not have sufficient funds, It's usually the newer facilities that don't get attention because there are so many older facilities that have much more needs. But if you're unable to schedule and properly maintain newer and modernized facilities, then you'll be modernizing them and replacing components and systems much quicker. So this program is anticipated to support the ongoing operation and maintenance of safe, functional, clean, energy-efficient facilities and promote more conducive learning environments. Next slide. At the bottom of the slide, to your previous conversations, the district has done a bond in 1997, Measure B, and of course, we're finishing off the tail end with the district of the 2011 Measure G program. Some districts have even had to pass special bonds in order to fund deferred maintenance because the state stopped funding deferred maintenance several years ago. The next slide shows some of the items that are typically included for deferred maintenance, and some of these are for repairs, not necessarily new items, but the typical items: floor covering, repairs to countertops, painting, graffiti, touch-ups, deteriorated electrical panels, upgrading fire alarm and public address systems, roofing, HVAC are among those items that are listed. Items that are typically considered ineligible for deferred maintenance, but nowadays districts are using general funds, capital facilities funds, developer fees where applicable. Not many districts like this district has a Ruskin fund that they can also draw from. But there are other projects that under normal circumstances aren't necessarily considered deferred maintenance, such as replacement of whiteboards, playground equipment, maintenance or repairs to swimming pools, technology and telephone cables and wiring and such like that. But because this district and many other districts now are using multiple funding sources, we wanted to provide some information that helps define those. First of all, the purpose and objectives of the 5-year facilities maintenance plan is to define proposed initiatives and determine when needed repairs and upgrades should be made, to calculate the estimated cost and factor for inflation, provide cost projections are approximate and will be reviewed and updated periodically, prioritize the initiatives annually according to district goals, objectives, and available funds. Listed initiatives may be expedited or deferred based on priorities and available funds as vetted through the stakeholder engagement and approved by the board. Staff will continue to strive for improvements to the procedures and practices related to deferred maintenance planning. The plan, including updates, could be made available for public review either on the website or by request of anybody coming into the district office. The way we've developed this plan is that annually the maintenance department will look at the items that are targeted that will indicate on the following slides. They will determine if those items are wearing okay and can be deferred, or if there's something that might be targeted a year or two down the road for some reason needs to be expedited, or there are new items that come to light. They will look at the list of items, inspect their facilities more routinely, and then they'll bring that list of items and representative costs to the district CBO, who will review it and determine funding sources. And the reason we have to be more careful about this now is because we're using multiple funding sources, and as you know, each funding source has different uses and restrictions. So the goal is to make sure we're using the most efficient funding sources available. The other purpose of deferred maintenance is we've seen perfect examples in the mechanical systems that if you didn't have funds available, we would be in a world of hurt right now with COVID by not having the money, and it would be a tremendous impact on your general fund. So what happens when districts are unable to properly plan, fund, inspect, and provide a deferred maintenance plan, it tends to be big hits on the general fund when something breaks down and there's no other funding source. And of course, general funds are very sacred to districts, and you try and prevent the use of them wherever you can. The next couple slides just talk about defining maintenance. The California School Accounting Manual defined maintenance as activities involved with repairing, restoring, or renovating school property, including grounds, buildings, site improvements, building fixtures, and service systems.
Point of order, we need to extend the meeting.
No, we already did.
Oh.
We pulled a fast one on you, Member
And I
Jean.
promise I
Sorry.
won't keep you here till midnight. All actions necessary, the Education Code further defines that all actions necessary to keep flooring, siding, painting, floor, window coverings, fixtures, cabinets, heating, cooling systems, landscaping, fences, and other items designated by the governing board to remain in good repair. Fund accounts vary. The Office of Public School Construction defines 4 types of maintenance that can be accomplished using routine restricted maintenance, deferred maintenance, general fund, or capital facilities accounts. Breakdown items such as emergency maintenance to equipment as necessary to continue normal school functions. Operational items, work necessary for a component to function and operate properly, such as HVAC belt replacements, tune-ups, replacement of lighting ballasts, etc. Preventative maintenance, having a plan that regularly schedules maintenance based on the projected life cycle of various components. And overhaul, periodic major repair or replacement of operating parts and components of equipment. Routine reactive maintenance is typically defined as adjusting or repairing HVAC units where spaces are uncomfortable or there's malfunctioning equipment. I'll brief through this. You can all read it. Carpentry items such as broken doors, hardware, broken furniture or cabinets, keying issues, general maintenance such as upkeep of fencing, paving, ceiling tiles, playground equipment, landscape. Preventative maintenance is preventing critical system breakdowns, maximizing equipment and system efficiency. Regular inspections of building structures and equipment, either performed by the facilities personnel or outside vendors. Deferred maintenance is work that is otherwise delayed or deferred to a future operational budget or capital facilities bond. General maintenance methods, usually your maintenance department is the first responders. Some maintenance departments still have robust maintenance staff. Other districts don't have much maintenance staff, so they tend to use outside vendors for HVAC repairs, filters, such like that. Again, maintenance department will be the first responders, determine if they can do it with their own forces, or if they need to work and get bids from outside contractors or have negotiated service agreements. Outside contractors typically, as you know, do the more extensive work that could be considered construction or repairs or maintenance. The M&O department also covers maintenance and transportation. The district is looking at electric buses and installing EV chargers along with some of the solar work that they're doing. They also have the responsibility to maintain tractors, trailers, utility vehicles, as well as buses and lawnmowers. The maintenance department will strive that the fleet vehicles and equipment inventory are valued and replaced as funds allow. The goals are to replace obsolescence and salvage or resale values. The 5-year plan covers the years 22 to 23, the fiscal year 22, 23 to 26, 27. The purpose of the plan is to promote safe and positive environments, address deferred maintenance, eliminate obsolescence, plan for strategic investments, upgrade learning environments and support facilities, expand energy efficiency and conservation measures. The scope of the plan covers all school sites, active school sites, and district support facilities. Ms. Dela Cruz, the next couple slides are yours. I don't know if you want me to speak to them or you wanted to.
Yeah, just wanted to share again about the district-wide facilities master plan. The plan includes several signature projects as well as modernization and deferred maintenance. At the time that the plan was developed, we did have a couple of more schools, and so since then, we know that Graham and Snow had merged. And next slide. The plan did involve a lot of stakeholder engagements and meetings, and the deferred maintenance plan that's included as part of the whole master plan has over $220 million worth of work under deferred maintenance. They were categorized as immediate needs and short-term, 3 to 5 years, and they had a list that needed to be done in 10 years and 20 years. So the master plan really is intended to be our plan for the next 20 years. Next slide. So the capital improvements part of the plan, you know, where there are some signature projects in there and long-term needs, is almost $600 million. What we do have available in terms of funding sources currently, we have a designation in our general fund, in our fund balance of about $500,000. We have reserves in Fund 40 of about $9 million in our fund balance. The capital facilities funds, this is where we keep our developer fees. We have $15 million in that fund balance. But this fund can't be used for deferred maintenance. It can be used for upgrades, replacements, and improvements, and for growth. We had the Measure G bond, but that's all spent. And total, what we have available for deferred maintenance and capital improvements at this time is only $24.5 million. So compared to the $600 million worth of projects that could be done or should be done under our master plan, it's a very small percentage of that whole total. So the 5-year plan here is based on facility surveys that we've sent out to the school principals. We sent one out this year. We also sent one out back in 2019. And we've categorized them into general categories in terms of asphalt maintenance repairs, concrete repairs, fencing repairs, repairing water fountains, or there's been a demand for replacing the water fountains with water bottle filling stations, painting the cafeteria, repairing, replacing HVAC in the portables, roof repairs, and removing and repairing old portables. These are all the priorities that were identified by our schools. The capital improvements that were identified as priorities were field irrigation repairs, new play structures in the kindergarten area, security fencing and gates, security cameras, outdoor PA systems, new sound systems for cafeterias, the pool repairs and improvements, replacing bleachers, field improvements, and replacing the old portables with portables.
Future considerations are upgrade of athletic fields and bleachers, facility improvements for the new state-adopted TK programs, continued HVAC and air conditioning upgrades, electrical service upgrades, IT upgrades, additional solar arrays, shade structures and outdoor learning environments, restroom and other ADA upgrades, new parking and hardcourt basketball, tennis, volleyball replacements, classroom modernization, and swimming pool upgrades.
I think that's the end, correct? Do we have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I would just add in final that this plan does cover some capital improvements and, which is covered in the facilities master plan. Typically, districts do a condition assessment. Some districts will go to a capital facilities bond with an assessment. Others will do a full master plan. Master plans are intended to be at the 20,000 foot level. This one here, we're trying to get down to actual projects that's identified in the maintenance plan. And with that, we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. Student board member?
I am truly glad to hear that we are going to improve our facilities, much needed. But I was wondering, what is the order as to what we will improve first, and who is keeping charge that we will be improving these things over the 5-year plan scope?
Well, we're trying to prioritize, based on safety and needs and the funding that's available. I think that's the biggest challenge. So after identifying what the priorities are from the schools on what need to be done, then we have to look at what funding is available and which of the items are critical and have safety concerns.
So in other words, not everything will be, it is by priority, so not everything will get to the bottom of the list. It's what money is available.
Yes, all of that, because we only have 24 million right now. And just, in the next 5 years, you can see the work that needs to be done. As much as, we would like to do everything, this is the plan. But in order to do it all, we need additional funding. So.
Yeah. And part of that additional funding is that's why we were talking about possibly going out for the bond in the November election. So that would help fund some of these projects here.
And that's why we included the entire list.
For the 5-year plan, yes.
Even though some of them might not get.
Correct, depending on the funding, availability of the funding.
All right, and who will be in charge of, or are we going to have someone in charge to see these plans out?
I will be the main person with also with our maintenance department, and if we continue to have outside consultants help us as well.
All right, will there be yearly updates as to what we have maintained and what is in progress?
Yes, even though this is
that's our plan. We provide regular updates, just like we have been with the bond measure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this is a 5-year plan, but it is, the intent is that it's reviewed every year by M&O to look at what the priorities are. They'll make the list, provide estimates, then they'll review it with Ms. Dela Cruz over the appropriate funding sources, because we have allocated $100,000 a year, so that's very limited. But the capital improvements will be done by priority and, approvals through the district and board and other.
What do you mean by capital improvements?
Deferred maintenance is mostly maintenance and repairs. Capital improvements is when you're doing replacements or, more building formal construction type projects. Taking down walls, building, dividing a classroom into offices or replacing mechanical units, for instance, or tearing out parking lots and replacing them is a capital improvement. Maintenance would be more like seal coating them and updating the striping on them.
All right. And one last question. If we knew the amount of money that we are receiving from this 5-year plan scope, wouldn't it have been best to understand what the schools need first and have that already prioritized to just like already know where we're going instead of waiting until we have to ask them once we have it approved? I just don't see why we get this long list and good hopes, but if not everything is going to get done, it kind of scares me. Could we have gotten, I guess, information from schools prior to this to understand list by list what is that we can get accomplished?
The facilities master plan included the whole assessment of the facilities where they went through each of the schools and identified areas that needed to be repaired and fixed. So we do have that. We've had it. It's just funding is very limited on what we can do. So we do have our list of priorities, and we are doing what we can with the funds that we have available. But we've had that list, or we do have that list, and now we're trying to focus on some of these priorities that we can complete.
All right, thank you.
If I could, Ms. Delgers, you might have mentioned it already, but could you talk a little bit about how we have engaged school sites, principals, staff, to hear from them about what they feel like are the most important priorities?
So we normally send out a survey to our principals asking them, what are your top 5 highest needs priorities in terms of your facilities? And based on their responses, we put them together in this 5-year plan.
And they in turn engage their staff, like their custodians and their office staff and teachers, to get a sense from everybody what are the greatest needs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for example, if you look at your high school, where in that 5-year plan, you can see the areas that they've identified as their priorities, like concrete repairs and your quad areas, the asphalt and things like that.
I see them every day.
Yes. So yeah, those are on the list.
All right, thank you.
Member Zhang?
So, Ms. Dela Cruz, you just mentioned this 5-year plan, the implementation, it will be a close collaboration between you and the MOT director? Is that what you said?
Well, me and the MOT director, we work together on facilities as well as the superintendent and with RGMK on what's needed, based on the feedback we get from the schools and her experience and the type of work orders that she's getting. So all of that comes into.
I guess in a future board meeting, you're welcome to bring this MOT director here so we can thank her for her hard work.
Okay. Member Marquez?
I wanted to first of all say thank you and I appreciate the information and the detail. And it's positive to see that the schools are also reflecting their voice and what they prioritize. So I want to thank the principals for that. When it comes to the capital improvements, are those items in green on slide number 16, are they actually prioritized as well, or is it just an overall list? And then as funding comes available, then we prioritize, or are they already ranked or prioritized for us in the green section on slide 16?
Yeah, in the green section, these are a list of the priorities that we got from the schools as well. They're not in any particular order of priority.
That was my question, because I noticed that across the majority of the schools, we showed that we needed the portables replaced with modulars, right, to update. So I just, as well as the field improvement. So that's where my question was driven from. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hill?
Thank you. So as I mentioned in my earlier comment, When we were in December 14th, when we were finalizing the superintendent goals and the district goals, the last objective was a facilities improvement plan. Create a 3 to 5 year plan for ongoing facilities improvements, including deferred maintenance and bond feasibility. And the way we're going to measure the measurable outcome is engagements are conducted with stakeholders and a plan is presented to the board. And as I read verbatim from that meeting, and if anybody believes that I'm mischaracterizing what occurred, I would encourage you to go back and watch the YouTube video. I had offered at that point to say, why are we putting an objective on our goals for a facilities master plan since we already have one? And in the words of Superintendent Triplett, he said, well, that's really a pie in the sky, everything under the sun, laundry list, and what we really need to do is to go through a prioritization plan. And we need to wean this down and we need to get specific. And Member Grindell added to that to say, I hope we're going to get, this is going to be a transparent process and we are going to get community involvement. But none of that has happened. And what we are being presented here is work that was done by others. It wasn't done by our current staff and district and being represented as work that we're now doing for our current goals. It is recycling work that was already done. And not only that, there is no prioritization. And if you look at that kind of Excel sheet, it is just a smaller laundry list. There's no prioritization of that. And furthermore, there's no dollar amounts next to this. And so it's not an actionable plan. And quite frankly, as I eyeball that and I look at that, that doesn't add up to $80 million, which is the first tranche that we're talking about to go out for a bond. I want to respond to President Wen's earlier comment, where she characterized my earlier comments as irresponsible. But I would like to recast that and say it is irresponsible to not be taking this seriously and to not be doing this work and to be trying to go and use this to go out for a bond, which ultimately is going to increase the property taxes for voters and for, particularly homeowners here by per KNN, $300 per year on average, and possibly more depending on your assessed value. So not actually coming up with a real plan and scrubbing it and trying to be as cost efficient as possible, that is irresponsible.
Thank you, Member Grindell.
I want to thank you just for the detailed description of all the different projects, and I look forward to future work where we prioritize these projects and as we develop funding scenarios to be able to pay for them. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'm also in agreement with Member Grindell. This is just the beginning of the plan. I believe that this plan we're able to change this plan as we move along and to include all of the items that Member Hill so eloquently stated that we are being irresponsible for not doing, but we are being responsible and doing that. So, and this is just the first phase of it. Thank you.
Good. Sorry. Oh.
Go ahead, Student Board Member.
I did just want to add that in future plans that we do have, because I do believe there will be much more, I would like to see goals set and perhaps money to the goals and prioritization with more in-depth about what necessarily is going to what. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. May I get a motion to, sorry, student.
Student Superintendent.
Student
Triplett.
Dr. Triplett.
It is getting late. I did just want to, one comment, and that is engaging with stakeholders is really critical, and I think that this is representative of engagement, first of all, through the Facilities Master Plan, but also more recently, as Ms. Dela Cruz pointed out, this year has been engagement with principals and sites to really determine some of these priorities. And also the whole idea behind the survey and the polling of the community is exactly to do that, is to really spend some resources to authentically really engage and hear from the community. So we really value that. It's critical. And this is an iterative process. And part of that is all of those different types of engagements, both that have happened and are now being planned to happen.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. May I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the fire deferred maintenance plan.
I'll second.
Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. 5 ayes and 1 no. Okay, on to item 16.5, bid award, safety and security fence and gate project at Coyote Hills.
Thank you, President Nguyen. So I think this is actually a great example of a project that is a very high priority and just based on the needs of our newly merged school, Coyote Hills Elementary. And so there's been considerable work done to put together a plan and then a bid for creating a security fence and gate at Coyote Hills. So this is the type of project that we really want to lift up and bring to the board. So I will turn it over to Ms. Delacruz to speak a little bit more in detail. And I think Ms. Denny is also here to speak on this. Is that right?
Yes.
Available if we need. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So back in August, the board approved a budget for the Coyote Hills Safety and Security Fence and Gate Project. The budget then was $277,625, and that included construction, design, and planning costs. The project has gone out to bid. We published the notice in February, and the plans were placed in the industry plan rooms, and we opened the bid on March 15th. We received one bid in the amount of $224,770. The bid was a little bit, no, where am I? Oh, we were able to negotiate that cost down since they were the only bidder, and they were actually able to reduce their price by $5,312. And in the course of working with the sites, we also had some additional requests to add to the scope of work, because originally we were including the fencing and the gates around the cafeteria and the front office, and we were also going to add a video camera and a doorbell. But we were able to accommodate the entry to the main office without having the doorbell and the video camera, so we removed that from the scope of the work. And the school asked if we could extend the fencing along Cherry Street in the front of the school, and also replace the chain link with ornamental fencing to keep the community, from going over on the weekends and dumping their garbage in the parking lot. We also were asked if we could add an entry sign that directs the community to the school administration office. And there's some cafeteria doors that lead straight out to the parking lot, which was a safety concern. So they requested some security alarms to add to those doors. So we included those in the bid, and the added scope budget was $49,375, and the bid that we received was $56,118, which is about $6,000 more than the estimated budget. But the original scope, the base bid, actually came in $29,000 below budget. So based on the base bid and the additional scope of work that was requested, we are recommending that the board approve the bid for $194,458, which includes the base work plus the added scope of work.
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz. Any other, do you have anything else to add, Ms. Dela Cruz?
No, that's it.
Any comments, student board member?
No comments at the moment. Thank you.
Member Zhang? Member Marquez? Member Hill? Member Grandel?
Nothing.
I don't have any comments either. Thank you so much. Can I get a motion to approve this project?
I'll move approval.
I second.
Motion made by Member Grandel, seconded by Member Zhang. Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grandel?
Yes.
I myself is a yes, 6 ayes. Thank you. Okay, on to item 16.6, reschedule the regular June 2nd, 2020 board meeting, education meeting. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So this item is with regard to the currently scheduled meeting of June 2nd for the board. There was a realization that the graduation for Newark Memorial was scheduled for the same time, and we certainly don't want board member Resendiz Ortiz having to make those kind of choices. So we're So we're proposing to change the date of the board meeting to the June 7th, so that there will be a conflict there.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Any comments from student board member?
I am definitely for this, as I would have chose the board meeting over my graduation. Thank you.
Member Zhang?
No comment.
Member Marquez?
No comment.
Member Hill?
Yes. So again, I mean, I'm frustrated that I can understand when there are emergencies that come up and that we need to make adjustments. But this is a situation where we're planning out by more than a year, and you know, a graduation date is not an unknowable date. And so what it tells me is that we did not do a very good job of planning, that we're now just realizing that we have a conflict. And it would be different if this were a one-off, but this is a pattern, and it creates an unprofessional image, and I think we must do better.
Okay, thank you. Member Grandel?
Yes, I actually have a pre-planned vacation at the time, so I wouldn't be able to join. However, I'm sure you'd be fine without me.
No, you couldn't be there. I'm just kidding.
I can't make it on the 7th, I mean.
Oh, okay. All right, may I get a motion to approve the change or reschedule of the meeting?
So question, I guess, is the high school actually decided the graduation day after the board set the board meeting, right? Yeah, so is that true, Superintendent?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I guess it will be hard to tell the high school principal, go let 400 students and their parents to accommodate a 5-people board.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is an accommodation that we can easily make, since we will be also there to celebrate with the graduating class of 2022. So I move to approve the rescheduling of the June 2nd meeting to June 7th, 2022. May I get a second, please?
I second it.
Motion made by myself and seconded by Member Zhang. How do you vote, student board member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
I vote yes, but I want us to improve.
Member Grandel?
Yes.
I myself is yes too, 6 ayes. Thank you. Item 16.7, set regular Board of Education meeting dates for the 2022-23 school year.
Thank you, President Nguyen. Yes, so these are the proposed dates for meetings. And I don't know if Ms. Gutierrez, you have anything to add specifically about this?
This is based on board policy. This is the first and the third Thursday of every month. So if there's any conflict from the board, you guys are voting on this as you guys voted on the previous schedule. So if there's any conflict, you can let me know right now.
So question regarding the spring break for next year. Generally, we have one meeting in April, right? What is the reason this time we got two meetings?
The spring break does not coincide with the spring break, I believe, is the second week, whereas this year, spring break was on the same day as a board meeting. The question was posed to the board last year if they wanted to have a second meeting in April or to skip it, and the board at that moment chose to skip it and only have one meeting.
Okay.
And why is there only one March meeting? Oh, I see it. No, I'm sorry. Never mind.
So my only question is, for June of next year, is the high school planning to also have graduation on a Thursday night?
We will be sure to share this calendar with high school.
Okay.
So that we can hopefully avoid any conflict there.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Member Hill?
And can we also, I mean, I'm assuming that we've thought through this, and that, again, this is, we're going to move, heaven and earth to keep this regular, and that we're not going to have, all of a sudden, oh, well, we need to go to CSBA conference or something else come up. Again, I don't think it's professional. So are we saying that this is our, we've looked through all the potential conflicts and, that we believe that we can keep to this schedule?
Dr.
Is that what the
Triplett, if I
district is
may?
saying?
At this point, the CSBA conferences for the next year are not scheduled, so I don't think that's a promise that the board can, that the staff can make. Dr. Triplett?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. I think we all recognize that things happen in life, unexpected things come up, and when they do, we bring it to the board so that they can decide whether it warrants a change or not. We definitely can't promise that that won't happen, but of course, we're going to do everything we can to stick to the schedule, and I'm sure that the board is as well.
Member Grindal?
No, I just want to say that in that regard, as much notice as we can get, it'd be appreciated.
Great, thank you. May I get a motion to approve the calendar as is?
I make a motion that we approve according to the board bylaw 9320.
I second it.
Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member
Yes.
Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill? Member Grindal?
I vote yes.
And I vote yes as well. 6 ayes. Thank you. Okay, on to consent calendar, personnel items. Yes, Member Hill?
I'd like to pull 17.2, please.
Okay, may we get a motion to, I'm sorry. Yes, we're going to have the public speaker after we vote on the consent calendar, consent items for personnel items. May I get a motion to approve items 17.3, 17.4, and 17.5, please?
I will make that motion.
I second.
Motion made by Member Grindal, seconded by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
And myself is yes. We have 5 ayes. And item 17.2, we do have a public speaker on the new middle school assistant principal, Ms. Parks. Thank you for staying so late. We appreciate you.
Let's talk equality. The high school currently has just under 1,700 students, and they operate with 2 assistant principals and 1 principal. By adding this new position to what would be the middle school, that site will have 2 assistant principals and 1 principal for approximately 1,125 students. Does that sound equitable? Who authorized this job posting on EdJoin prior to receiving your approval? Because this job has been posted since March 31st. Perhaps if a budget and detailed plan for the middle school transition would have been disclosed, the prospect of this position at the middle school would have been known. Let me point out that the budget for this item on the agenda shows $170,000 for this position, and it's being paid out of Title I money. This year's SIPSA for the junior high only shows $95,437 of Title I revenue, and it's currently using it to fund staff who support the English learners. I realize you could have additional funding from the sixth graders joining the campus. However, there is also the possibility that with those additional students, the middle school will no longer qualify for Title I funding. Has anyone confirmed the new number of students coming in and whether they will ensure doubling of the current revenue of Title I funding for next year? And then it would be the loss of those positions that it's currently being used to pay for. Furthermore, there are certain stipulations to Title I expenditures. The California Department of Education Title I page indicates that the activity expenditure has to be reviewed and approved and recommended by the school site council to the local governing board. The school site council hasn't even drafted their 22-23 SIPSA yet and sent it to you, along with other criteria while approving activities or expenditures supported by those Title I funds. With the need to reduce your budget next year by $4.5 million, issuing layoff notices to staff members, no budget for this middle school transition, nor a plan, and now paying this position out of an anticipated increase in Title I funding, do you have enough information to make this decision tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Dr. Triplett? Oh,
No, I mean, are they going to present?
yeah, they're presenting, yeah.
I wasn't planning on presenting. I'm happy to talk on this, but would it be helpful maybe to first hear, I know, Member Hill, you pulled the item, so maybe it'd be helpful to hear.
So my concern about this is, so in my experience in business, whenever an employee comes and has some type of budget request or particularly wants to make a new hire, they need to put a plan together first before it's even considered. And here we've got a new position that we haven't been briefed on at all, and there has been no plan presented. And it really feels like we're out of control. We're spending some meetings laying off 70 FTE, and then we're spending other meetings adding new personnel, this one at $170,000 a year. So this is not the way that you run a railroad. This is not the way that you manage a budget. This is like budgeting 101. I'm particularly concerned that apparently not only is there not a plan for this, but that this is currently being advertised. So without proper board review and approval. This really, basically violates, essentially our relationship with staff and undermines our oversight and our fiduciary responsibility. And so I'm moving that we actually not authorize this position, and we ask staff to come back with a robust plan, not only for this position, but quite frankly, a budget and staffing for the entire middle school design, because we have not seen that. So that's my motion.
Is there a second? Okay, I see no second at this time. Superintendent Triplett, would you like to address the concerns that Member Hill has?
Sure, I'm happy to just explain the rationale for this position. It's pretty straightforward. So the junior high, as you all know, is going to become a middle school, which will result in 350 more students on the campus. And so it seems pretty clear that warrants additional administrative support. You've heard from the community of concerns around what will happen with the middle school. You've heard concerns around safety. We actually have shared with the current staff at the junior high the fact that this is something that we want to really prioritize and invest in. And I think we got very, very favorable response from them in terms of this is a real serious need. So the reason why it's coming now is because, as you all know, in order to hire and hire well, we need to be recruiting and interviewing and making offers. This is when both teachers and administrators are seeking positions and taking offers. So we really thought it was important to do this expeditiously. In terms of the posting of a position, so we have a lot of different, not a lot, we have a handful of AP positions in our district. And to post for a AP pool, essentially, is not something that technically requires a specific budget item. However, we are bringing to you this position with a recommendation that we do create this position so that we can begin to actively recruit and actually make offers on this position.
I just have a follow-up question.
I'm going to have Member Grindell make a comment first because he's been waiting. Thank you.
Sure. I actually wanted to, on the contrary from the commenter and the board member who's concerned about the posting, I want to compliment staff on being forward thinking. When you post a job, you're not, and Missing Waters can attest to this, or maybe you want to correct me, but when you post a job, you're not committing to hiring. You're just getting the process started and perhaps getting out in front of when people are looking for opportunities. So I actually would commend staff for for thinking forward about this and just so the community understands, posting a job does not commit you to hiring.
That's correct. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Member Hill?
So, again, I actually have a question about actually whether this is legal, to be frank. But I will tell you that in almost any other area of life, you cannot, I mean, if you're working at any company, the company cannot post a requisition until it has been budgeted and authorized by the owner of that budget. And so you would never see a job rec go out and be advertised until the budget was in place and it had been approved. So this is highly unusual. And by the way, I believe that corporate America is a lot more agile than government. What I would ask Dr. Triplett is, again, we cannot be essentially doing things in isolation. Can you let us know, since the middle school effort is a massive one, when you're going to provide a complete picture of staffing for the middle school and the associated budget for all of those positions? Can you give us a sense of when we as a board are going to see that and you're going to review that with us?
Thank you. Member Grindell?
I was going to say that sounds like a board member request. It's not directly related to this agenda item, just an opinion.
Okay, so Member Hill, if you don't mind making that request later on in the request section, that would be great. Thank you. And also, it isn't in the government sector, working for the city of Milpitas, for over 22 years, they do have constant open positions that they do recruit for and leave open until filled. And that's basically because there's probably high turnover for the position or whatnot, but it's in preparation to make sure that we can fill those positions. And as you well know, we've always had high turnovers in the last few years or in this district, so in terms of our principals and also APs. So I think that the superintendent is getting approval for budgeting for this position now, but I don't think that there is definitely not an issue with having positions open for continuous recruitment. Thank you.
Oh, is there a motion?
May I get a motion to approve the?
That's what I was going to do.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Member Grindell. May I get a second? seconded by Member Marquez. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Grandal?
Yes.
I myself is a yes. Four ayes and one no. Item 17.3, Dr. Triplett, essential functions, kindergarten.
No, we already approved
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to go home. Noted. Anyways, on to consent item 18.2. May I get a motion to approve 18.
President Nguyen, I'm sorry, just a point of order correction. We are on 18.1. So if
yes.
there are any items that the boards want to pull out at this moment?
Yes. Is there any items that,
So I'd like to request that we pull 18.3, 18.5, 18.12, and 18.14.
18.3?
18.5, 18.12, and 18.14.
Okay. May I get a motion to approve all items except for 18.3, 18.5, 18.12, and 18.14?
I move that we accept all items, omitting 18.3, 18.5, and 18.14.
And 12.
Oh, and 12.
I'll second that. How do you vote? Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by myself. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill? Member Grandel?
Yes.
I myself is a yes. 5 ayes. Thank you. Okay, on to item 18.3.
So I just would like to get an explanation of why we're making some of these changes here to the calendars. So I understand that December 23rd issue, and that makes sense. But the issue that doesn't make sense to me is the 2024 to 2025. Due to payroll issues around 10-month and 11-month employees, it is vital that our school year end in May.
So our certificated teachers are 10-month employees, and our goal was to change their pay cycle, which is currently at 11 months, to 10 months, which is the same number of months that they work. So in order for us to keep them at 10 months, since they start in August, their year has to end in May.
I guess I have a question since I work in a different district, so we don't do it that way. So why are we different?
Okay, so according to, IRS and STIR's rules, I'm not sure.
So we start in August, and our last day this year is June 2nd or 3rd, something like that.
So if you're currently in an 11-month pay cycle and you have an agreement with your teachers to stay on that cycle, that may be the reason why. But in our case, we were trying to get to a 10-month pay cycle based on the requirements with STIRS as well as IRS.
Okay, thank you.
Student Board Member, do you have any comments? Member Zhang?
No, I move to approve 18.3.
I second.
Okay, motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Marquez. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grandel?
Yes.
Myself is yes. 6 ayes. Thank you. On to item 18.5. Dr. Triplett?
Member Hill, would you have a question?
So my comment here is that I think that there is some confusion around how we handle information related to employees that work for the district versus suppliers and contractors that we hire to do work. And it's my understanding, so this person is just one example. I'm not picking on her specifically, but I've seen this in a number of situations where I believe she has an independent contractor agreement, and yet we do not have proper contact information for that person. And I actually believe that that is a violation of state contracting law, that you actually have to provide full contact information for a business that you are doing business with, right? They are not an employee. And so these areas are deleted. I'm happy to make a request during the request section to have that be investigated, but I am fairly confident that it is state law that you must provide complete contact information for suppliers. Okay, we'll see.
Dr. Triplett, or?
Well, normally we redact all that personal information from her contract. We do have all her information because she is processed.
I'm saying that's public information. So suppliers, absolutely. Suppliers, it's a part of transparency. Suppliers need to provide all information. They're an independent business.
She's a contracted employee. She's still.
It's an independent contractor. It's not an employee. It's a supplier.
She's a contracted employee that still gets paid through our payroll. So we do have her contact information.
So if you are an independent contractor, you are not an employee. It is a totally different thing. And she has an independent contractor if you look at her agreement there, right? And literally that has been the issue that has been going on for many years. And in fact, actually the governor just signed a bill that basically stipulated how you need to make distinctions between independent contractors and employees.
Superintendent, if I may, because I did get legal to review this.
Yes, please.
And when it comes to situations like this, independent contractors that provide their personal information, that means they don't have a place of business, then that personal information does get redacted, and that includes social security, phone number, email, address. And that was based on legal. If they do have a place of business, then that information will remain public.
Thank you. Member Grindell?
Oh, I'm just going to move approval.
Thank you. Member Grindell made a motion to approve. Make
Second.
it, and Member Marquez seconded the motion. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez? Yes. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindell?
Yes.
I myself is a yes. 6 ayes. Thank you. Okay, on to item 18.12. Member Hill?
So there were three complaints, 2 were resolved. Again, given the board's oversight and fiduciary responsibility, and especially given the fact that there was a lawsuit and a law that resulted in essentially the Williams procedure, I would like to see those complaints because they haven't been provided.
Thank you.
So I'm making a motion that we provide that information to the board.
Motion to provide comments as towards.
So there were complaints that were filed, but they have not been disclosed to us. And so I'm asking that they be disclosed.
If it helps, Board Member Hill, I can give just a summary of the facility's complaints. I think we are on a timeline to submit this form to the county. If you want to I don't know if that's appropriate to make a request at the end, if that's appropriate to look at the complaint.
So if you want to give a quick summary, and then I can make a request at the end about procedures going forward.
Okay, so the 3 complaints that were received this quarter were at Newark Memorial High School as it related to the HVAC units. As you know, the HVAC units were replaced, and so there was a series of I don't know the technical word, but syncing the systems. And so the complaints, it kind of went with the process of syncing the systems. There is one room that, again, I don't know the technicalities or the exact names, that's still being investigated with the HVAC unit for one classroom, something about the fan. And so they've had a number of, inquiries onto if it's this, no, let's go to this, no. So they're still working through the troubleshooting of that particular unit. And I get an update on it every week to make sure that they're still making progress in completing the repair or the syncing.
Those were two of the.
All
three.
Were at the high school as it relates to their HVAC. And the theme seemed to be these new units needing to go through a syncing process.
Okay.
So 2 were solved relatively quickly. The third one is still being investigated.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that. Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by myself. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, 6 ayes. Okay, on to item 18.14, Member Hill.
Okay, so 18.14, there are 3 contracts. And per not only basically our board request, but also Ed Code, there's a requirement that contracts are brought to the board for review and ratification. And we do it on a quarterly basis. But if you look at 2 of these, one for Mr. Kramer that was, Mr. Caputo that was just here, and then Mr. Khan. So the contracts that were attached there, so Mr. Caputo's contract was signed on July 1st of last year, and yet here this is the first time that we're actually seeing this, and this is 9 months later. So this is more than a quarter, it's like almost 3 quarters. And so that is not appropriate, and especially since it seems that probably the work has been done. And then Mr. Khan, apparently his contract was on November 12th. So again, that's about a quarter and a half that this is outdated. And I just want to read the board and staff Ed Code regarding this topic. So 17604, wherever in this code the power to contract is invested in the governing board of the school district or any member thereof, the power may, by a majority vote of the board, be delegated to its district superintendent or to any persons that he or she may designate. And so again, it talks about delegation, but what it says at the end is it says, however, no contract made pursuant to the delegation and authorization shall be valid or constitute an enforceable obligation against the district unless and until the same shall have been approved or ratified by the governing board, the approval or ratification to be evidenced by a motion of the board duly passed and adopted. So this is Ed Code for all contracts. And I'm requesting that we follow this because this is a very important oversight duty that we provide.
I think that the reporting part of it is for the PO date and when the PO is paid. So this is a quarterly report based on what is paid out to those contracts for this quarter. Is that correct, Ms.?
So that was.
Is that correct, Ms. De La Cruz?
Yeah, the report is generated on a quarterly basis, and the data that is pulled is based on the PO date.
Okay, so.
And not the contract date, correct?
So again, what Ed Code says, it doesn't say purchase order, it says contract. And it says no contract is enforceable until it has been reviewed and ratified and adopted by a majority vote of the board. And so our practice here of continually delaying the release of contracts is violating Ed Code, and it needs to stop.
I believe the board policy has that delegation of authority to the superintendent where he is authorized to sign contracts on behalf of the board and the district.
Shall I read the ed code again? It says it says right here, however, no contract made pursuant to the delegation and authorization. So even if we authorize, okay, it says, no contract made pursuant to the delegation or authorization shall be valid or constitute an enforceable obligation against the district unless and until the same shall have been approved and ratified by the governing board, the approval or ratification to be evidenced by a motion of the board duly passed and adopted. That is what ed code says.
Ms. Dela Cruz, these contracts have already been approved by the board,
They have not.
correct?
No, these ones are being ratified by the board at this time.
Okay, thank you.
9 months later.
Do you want to speak to the board policy?
Yeah, as I mentioned,
I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Could someone please, could she finish what she's trying to say?
Thank you.
yeah, the board policy, and I believe we reviewed this during our study session, provides authority to the superintendent or designee to sign contracts and approve contracts and then have them ratified by the board.
Ed code overrules board policy.
Okay.
And if we need to get a legal opinion on that, we can do that.
All right, any other comments or questions? May I get a motion to approve the contract?
None at this time. I'm ready to make a motion.
Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by Member Zhang. How do you vote, Student Board Member?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I'm also a yes for 6 ayes. Okay. Thank you very much. We would like to read out the donation report. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you very much. Let me just pull that up. Which one is it? Which number is it?
I'll go ahead and.
18.16.
18.16.
18 point, there it is. All right. So, would like to appreciate the following donations. $597 for Newark Memorial High School Donors Choose for art materials to be used for behavioral intervention. In-kind donation, a pallet of KN95 masks for Newark Unified School District from PPE Unite. $660 for Ed Services from multiple anonymous donations from Google. $15 for Lincoln from Amit Singh from First Technology, and that's a principal's donation. $750 for Newark Memorial from Directing Change Program and Film Contest, Inc. That's a mini grant award for Mind Wellness Club. In-kind donation of 2 27-inch Dell monitors, 2 HDMI cables, 8 feet of APC 10 outlet with 2 USB outlet surge protectors that are new. This is from Myla Wen and for Human Resources.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Okay, on to Board of Education Committee reports, requests, and announcements. Item 19.1, Board of Education recognition and announcements. Student Board Member Resendez Ortiz, you have the floor.
I would like to highlight everyone in our community who has been doing so much, whether spotlighted or not at the district or at the school levels. I know a lot has been going on these past few months, and I truly appreciate everyone who's putting in the hard work and hoping for the best.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Just hope everyone enjoy their spring break.
That's a good one. Member Marquez?
Thank you for the recognition. So I have 2 items. First and foremost, I'd like to go ahead and thank the Newark Memorial High School team, high school baseball team that's working in collaboration with the Newark Little League in serving as members of community and exemplary sportsmanship and dedicating a day at the field for the youth of Newark and the organization with Newark Little League. So again, hats off to the Newark Memorial High School team. And my second share for this evening is with regards to the child abuse prevention. Let's help spread the word. Everyone can play a role in supporting families in order to prevent child abuse and neglect. Help raise child abuse awareness in your community by using our Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month graphics, social media posts, and sample proclamations. This comes directly from the childwelfare.gov webpage. So in honor of our resolution with regards to the child abuse prevention, please take the time to read up on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Marquez. Member Hill?
I echo all of my fellow board members' acknowledgements and appreciations, recognitions.
Member Grindel?
I just want to really recognize all the teachers and students and all the hard work they're doing in this challenging time, and of course the rest of the staff and my fellow board members as well. But really wanted to call that. In addition, we wanted to say I'm looking forward to baseball starting and being able to watch the Giants beat the Dodgers over and over again.
That was great. Yes, I'd love to recognize all of our staff for our hard work. Tonight was actually we had wonderful highlights tonight and celebratory moments and got to really see and spotlight some of the improvements that our district is having. So that was really exciting, and to see that progress is being made in our programs that we're implementing. So that's huge, and I wanted just to congratulate staff for doing a tremendous job on continuing to push on and to improve and like in previous presentations earlier, growth. I think that we're striving to grow as well and continuing to improve. So that's it. Thank you. On to Board of Education Committee reports. Are there any updates from ROP? Member Grindel?
Nothing to report at this time.
Anything from SELPA?
Nothing.
Member Zhang? Anything from EBIC? Member Marquez? Anything from the Audit Committee? Member Hill?
So, as we already mentioned, we brought in the non-voting member, but then also we're going to be having our next audit meeting this coming Tuesday, and our auditor, Christy White's going to be joining us. So anybody who's interested in learning more about the process is welcome.
Thank you. Any updates for the Bond Parcel Committee? Will we be scheduling a meeting soon? Since all the work that we're going to be doing. Member Grindel, would you like to add anything?
No, not this time.
And then the last one is the NUSD Liaison Committee meeting. We are anticipating a meeting on, I believe, Monday. Is it the 25th or is it the 28th? Sorry.
Should be on the fourth week? No, third week. Should be on the third week.
No, we changed it.
Because of Easter break.
Sorry.
Sorry, spring break.
Let me look real quick.
We just say we're having one soon.
Okay, yes, we'll be having a liaison committee meeting later on this month. All right, on to Board of Education requests, and also I'd like to reiterate, we will start with the student board member, and we want to make sure that we capture what it is that each board member would like to request. So if you need to comment, I would prefer that we have the single request on the table so that we can get a majority, and then if you feel like you need to change it after the fact, then we can start off with the second one, okay? Thank you. Student board member? Thank you. Board member Zhang?
No request, just an update on the previous request that's approved by the board when it comes to the board policy on naming of school.
Okay.
Given that, do we have idea about when that will be board agenda so we can discuss the protocol or the precedence, the priority that the board policy, that we can make on the board policy when it comes to naming a school?
Are you asking when that'll come back? Because I think that the board already agreed on that as a request, is that right? Right. Yeah. Do you have a preference? I do know that with only this one meeting in April, and then
Hopefully in May, because I guess in June might be too late, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Member Marquez?
None at this time.
Member Hill?
So I have two requests. Should I do them one at a time?
Yes,
or-
please.
Okay. So the first request is related to the Williams complaints. So I'd like to make a request that as we have complaints come in, that they are shared with the board, and if they're confidential in nature, they can be shared in closed session. So that's my first request.
Do we have a majority?
You second that? I support that.
So can we vote?
Yeah.
No, because the non-personnel is shared by Ms. Ingan Water. The personnel one, that's probably not, unless it's related to superintendent. I wouldn't want to hear that in a closed session.
So we have a vote of yes with student board member no with member Zhang. Member Marquez?
No.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
No.
I myself is also a no, so that one does not pass.
Okay, so the second request is, we're continuing to have issues with transparency around reporting of safety issues. And so it's my understanding that, I don't know if it was a week ago or exactly when, that there was a fire at the high school. And apparently it was pretty serious and there was major property damage, and the fire department was called. And I would be expecting that this would be something that would be reported to the board by the superintendent, because not only is it a safety issue, but also it's a financial exposure issue, and then also we're going to be having members of the community come and ask us about these things. So I would like to make a request that, again, as safety issues surface at any of the schools, that the superintendent communicates that to board members so that we can have an awareness.
Do we have a second?
I can second that.
Okay, student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
As on superintendent's weekly report to update us on that, that's enough. No.
Okay, you're a no, right? Okay. Member Marquez?
And because we do receive the confidential and information reported to us on an as-is basis, my vote is also no.
Are we having different things shared with the board members?
No. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
No.
Okay, I'm also a no. Thank you. All right, on to Member Grindel's request.
All right. This is not urgent, but I'm interested in knowing. I'm interested in knowing how the district coordinates with, particularly in adult education, coordinates with the city's recreation programs and with Ohlone College and with ROP in terms of how we all work together. I'm sure there's a lot of coordination that takes place. I would appreciate at some point a sort of a report on that. I'd like to see a report on it, because I sense that better coordination could be beneficial, so I'd appreciate a report on that at some point when if my fellow board members agree with that.
So just for clarification, are you looking for a staff report, Member Grindel?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that. Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
So can you make this report, can you make this request next year? Because I think we're pretty tight at hand, so I will know.
Member, oh, may we get clarification on the request as,
I'd like a description of the activities that we do to coordinate
with,
with the adult education, the city of Newark, the library, and Ohlone College, and ROP, in terms of providing adult education.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood, Member Grindel. So this is all with regard to adult education?
Correct.
Okay. So how we, a description of how we coordinate with Ohlone, city, ROP, and the library with regard to adult education?
Correct. And I'm not looking at detailed, master schedules and stuff. I just want to know the level of coordination that there is. Or anything else you want to add to that.
Member Marquez, do you have a comment?
Yes, no comment. I agree.
Okay, your vote is yes. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Okay, I will say yes as well. So we have 5 ayes and 1 no. Okay, so there's the majority. Sorry. Okay, on to item 20.1, Superintendent concluding comments.
You have no request yourself?
No, I have no requests for myself. I'm too tired. I request to go home, that's right. Item 20.1, Superintendent concluding comments.
Thank you, President Nguyen. There we go. It's late. Thank you all for sticking with us. I know with only one meeting in April, it results in an extremely long meeting, but really appreciate everybody, first of all, for being here and sticking with it, but also for all of the work of reviewing all the documents and really thinking about them in such a way. I also want to really appreciate the staff at Newark Junior High School, in particular the counselors, AP and principal, for all the work that they've been doing with regard to preparing and orienting the incoming folks, incoming families and students. Also, the teachers have had a pleasure of being in a number of classes recently. One with President Nguyen. We were in Mr. Merritt's class and were able to see the really cool work that they're doing in STEM to the students designing apps. It was very, very awesome. And then lastly, just really appreciating the Newark Junior High students. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I've been there supervising at lunch, and I just love the junior high energy. It's fun. They're just wonderful kids. Sometimes they make bad choices, but a lot of times they make really good choices. And so it's great being there with them, and it really energizes me. The last thing I would say is we are going to need to do, I think we talked about it earlier, but have another study session on the 27th. Okay. And that's the budget prioritization one. And so just wanted to give the board members a heads up about that.
Okay.
You mean the April 27th?
April 27th, right.
Thank you. And before we adjourn, I just want to recognize our student board member, Resendez Ortiz. She got a scholarship from Abazando.
Thank you.
And just want to recognize you for your hard work and dedication to your academics and being a huge part of the Newark Memorial community. And I know that we know that you're going to be off to doing great things. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, may I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Motion made by Member Grindel, seconded by myself. Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I myself is a yes. Meeting adjourned at 11:21. Thank you.